having our little quick trip around the universe, we still have Mercury retrograde, which is in Scorpio. So this is really peeling back the layers of intensity, and it's dragging a lot of stuff up from the unconscious and the subconscious part of the mind toward the light and saying, okay, now we've got to deal with it. And look, my inbox has been full with people sort of saying, what's going on? I feel terrible. Why have I got all these flashbacks to the past? Old grievances, there's been arguments in the home, there's been all these sort of things, this great groundswell of emotion coming towards the surface. And I think it's very positive, because the only way we can heal or release things is to bring it to the surface, show it the light of day, look at it, understand it, and sometimes the answer is there is no answers, and just release it or set it free and sort of say, okay, well, I can't focus on this anymore. I've given this issue or this situation or this person enough airtime. I've now got to just sort of release it and send it out to the universe and let the universe deal with it. And I don't want that to be a cop-out as sort of like I'm too lazy to do the work on the issue. That's never the answer. It's when we've exhausted every possible conceivable angle that we can take the situation or the matter or the person, that then and only then do we hand it over to the universe and say, well, I can't do any more. If you can show me something or another way around this solution, I'm open to suggestions. I'm happy to look at it and try and address it. So it's a very, very interesting concept. So, there was a lot of frayed tempers in the last 7 days. So hopefully this week, as we move sort of a little bit more into calmer waters, where Venus was sitting in Scorpio last week, the planet of love and affection, Venus has now started her transit into Sagittarius. So it's sort of easing off the pressure of the pressure cooker a little bit when it comes to matters of the heart and things that we might need to communicate or talk about with loved ones or family members or people that are close to us. So it's sort of a little bit easier time this week to have that deep and meaningful conversation, or, maybe things not be quite as intense as what they were. But please be aware, we still have some very major planetary configurations going on. We've spoken about many times on the show about Saturn holding hands or conjunct Pluto in Capricorn. That's still the case. We still have a lot of official areas or areas of great importance in our life that do need our attention. And I know it seems like it's been a hard-going year this year, but it's also been a year of many gains. Because for those of you that have put the hard work in, that have really focused on their lives and particularly finances and where you want things to go and the things that are important to you, the rewards are slowly starting to pay off. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily have a great amount of confidence when you look around the world politically on the world stages with all the turmoil that seems to be in every corner of the globe in that way. But we as individual people, I think, are starting to take responsibility for our own lives, what we're responsible for. And in time, I think we'll then start to look to our politicians and our leaders and say, well, hang on a minute, you guys better wake up to yourselves, because your values, what you're doing isn't in line with what we think as the people. So we could be in for some very interesting times ahead in the next 12 months, 2 years on the political and world stages, as energies and people and situations and decisions and directions will all start to sort of align together. And this is partly the things that we're starting to see now, where we're seeing people protesting in the street about climate change and things that don't suit them. And you go to the UK and they're still arguing over Brexit, whether it's right, wrong or indifferent. They're still in turmoil over that. And I think probably the world seems a little bit smaller now with the advent of social media and all those sort of things. And we've got this instant news cycle 24/7. And I suppose in some ways it sort of feels a little bit like overload, that we sort of just want to switch it off and say, let me just focus on my life and what's going on in my life and what I can control. And maybe that's the best thing that we should be looking at, is sort of peeling back the layers to our own life, looking at what we can take on board, what we can be responsible for, and focus on that. So it's really, really interesting. This week I've chosen the patience candle, and the reasons why I've chosen the patience candle is that I feel we could all do with a little bit more patience. I think there's many times in our lives where we're just so impatient, we want everything to happen yesterday. Well, this is a candle I don't burn that often, but when I do bring it out, it's usually at a time like what what we're in at the moment, where there's just so much going on astrologically. And I just sort of feel, look, I want to exhale. I want to bring a little bit of patience. I want to bring a little bit of calmness into my life and around me and for my clients, that it's just one of those times that you can light this candle. It's very delicate in its fragrance. And it's like, oh, good, I can exhale now and I can just be. I can just allow things to sort of formulate in my mind and give me the strength or give me the patience to be able to deal with people and their bad tempers, or people that are overly emotional because they've got so much going on in their lives. It just gives me that coping mechanism and hopefully filters through to them that, you know, we can just sort of exhale and let ourselves just breathe. You know, I think sometimes we forget to just be in the moment and just enjoy what's sort of happening. So that leads me on to our famous actress of the week. And we're up to the Capricorn, female Capricorn as far as actresses go. And this week I've chosen an iconic lady who I'm sure that there isn't a person on the planet that doesn't know who I'm about to talk about. She was a real role model, a real go-getter. She was somebody that a lot of young women sort of looked up to and aspired to be like. And I'm speaking about the one and only Mary Tyler Moore. Now, Mary Tyler Moore started her career very young. She wanted to be a dancer, and she was very successful at that to a certain point in time. But it was also then it became more obvious to her that she could probably share her message with the world and who she was and what she stood for in a very dynamic way when she got onto the stage and into films and into television, where people were starting to sort of take notice of her. Here was a very grounded, dynamic, focused young woman who had a message to share. She didn't take any BS from anybody, but at the same time, she was the epitome of a lady, well-mannered, with poise and grace. But she showed women, I think particularly, through her television roles and some of her very dramatic roles in films. And there's one particular movie that I remember seeing her playing the role of a mother of a young son, where one of the sons had been killed and she was sort of ignoring the other son, and he was a teenager and he was getting into trouble and wasn't coping with the grief and the loss of his brother. And the role that she played in that was just so phenomenal. It staggered me that she never won an Academy Award for it. It was brilliant. It was, you know, sort of all the seesaws of emotions that a family would go through after a tragedy, and how we cope or don't cope with things, and how dysfunctional we can be, and how we have to find the new normal. And that was one of the most powerful dramatic roles I'd ever seen Mary in. I mean, for most of us, we will always remember her in the Dick Van Dyke Show, but more importantly, I think in her own show that she went on to have for many, many years, called the Mary Tyler Moore Show, which is where I believe Mary really came into her own. She was showing women that we could have a voice, that we could be 20, 30 something, be single, be in a male-dominated career as television was, be a producer, you know, still be single, go dating, have an apartment, have a life, have good friends with Rhoda downstairs and get into all sorts of mischief, and still sort of trying to balance this being single and being independent and in a man's world, but wanting to show the world that she wanted more than just a casual relationship. She wasn't prepared to just settle for something casual. She wanted marriage, which eluded her all the way through the series, but she grew. And I think we all grew with her, knowing that if you put your mind to something and you don't let go of what is important to you morally and emotionally, that you can have great success and you can show people what you really stand for. So that's Mary Tyler Moore. So I hope you've enjoyed our little astrology section on, you know, we're working our way around the zodiac of famous people that I think that have left or leaving an amazing legacy for all of us to look up to. But, you know, Mary really sort of showed, even in her work, the epitome of a Capricorn woman, of being determined, strong, and being very highly principled, and that you work hard and the rewards do come. So we're going to talk to Tayana in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Are you there, Tayana?
Hi, yes I am.
How can I help you tonight, sweetie? Do you have a question I can work with?
Well, I was wondering if you will be able to connect with a loved one or two that has passed.
Sweetie, in the short space of time that we've got, I can't necessarily guarantee I can connect with who you want to speak to. I prefer to work with a direct question. So if you've got a question for me, if they want to weigh in from the other side, they will, and I will share with you anything that they give us. You've got to understand we don't have a direct link to be able to just dial up who you wish to speak to. It's all a matter of whether they feel comfortable and are ready to come through, and sometimes they're a little bit shy coming through on such a public forum too. So do you have a question I can work with?
Yes. What do my near future hold? Is it going to get better or is it going to get worse?
Your future or your marriage or both?
My near future. I'm not married. I'm actually
Oh,
in
okay,
a
right. Your near future.
relationship.
Sorry, sweetie. I didn't quite understand what you said. Okay, first thing that they're sharing with me is that this year's been not necessarily what I'm going to say the easiest of years for you. It's been 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. It's like you feel like you haven't gained a lot of momentum, and I'm going to say to you that you actually have. Has there been a couple of major things that have come to an end or coming to an end now that you've been working hard on this year to bring to a close?
Yes.
Yeah, well, they're saying to me sort of like this last little bit will seem like the hardest, but we've got to push through that barrier. We really have to push to make it sort of happen. It's really, really positive because what I'm sort of seeing, even though you're sort of not feeling as if you're jumping out of your skin with excitement and you're sort of feeling a little bit tired from everything that you've had to work on this year, that, you know, over the next couple of months, things are going to certainly get a lot easier, but things are going to start to sort of fall into your lap very, very easily. It's interesting because they're showing me that there's a very tall, dark-headed man that's yet, I think, to cross your path who's going to become very, very important to you. So no one special on the romantic front at the moment?
Well, I do have a boyfriend, and he is tall with dark hair.
Right. Okay. But has he sort of been a little bit shy in sort of talking about where this relationship's going?
Yes, yes, most definitely, because we are having a lot of problems.
Okay. So do you sort of feel in your heart of hearts that this is worth the effort that you've had to put into this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm not totally convinced that he's the one I'm about to talk about, but I'm not going to argue with you and sort of say or even argue with those from beyond that are sharing a message with me. I'll give you what they've given me, and then it's up to you to put the pieces together into the jigsaw, and you don't necessarily have to tell me whether it's him or whether it's going to be someone new. But what they were sharing with me was, number one, this beautiful, massive pink heart, which is always meaning that, you know, the romance is good. I had a very tall, dark-headed man with quite a long, sort of oblong sort of looking face. It's very long. And I feel that the eyes are very piercing and very brown. I'm going to say to you, it's almost like he seems to be sort of reorganizing his life. So if this is the current man in your life, I'm going to say that's good, because I feel that he's had sort of a little bit of a wake-up call and it's time to sort of get everything sort of more organized. I also feel that this man's had a lot of emotional issues from childhood that he's had to rise above and sort of put into some sort of perspective, and now sort of leaving that behind. It's not that he's used them as an excuse. It's just that they were sort of there and sort of interfered with things. Well, now that door is being sort of sealed up and shut, and sort of saying, I'm able to go forward now. Also, have you just moved residence? Have you just had a move?
I actually started school in Kentucky recently.
You just did what recently, sweetie?
I just started school in Kentucky recently.
Oh, okay. You just started school. So did that mean that there was a move to go to school in Kentucky?
Yes.
Okay, right, fine. Because they were showing me a move, and they were sort of showing me that you still had sort of question marks around it at whether or not this was the right thing to do. And they were saying to me, yes, it is. It's just sort of like we've just got to let everything sort of settle. I just sort of feel 2020 is going to be a much brighter, positive year than 2019 was for you, where 2019 was where you had to sort a lot of things out. You had to work out who you were, where you were going, what was important to you, and it's now sort of like we can see a long way ahead now. Things are going to start to become a lot stronger. There is definitely two people in spirit that are around you, but they didn't sort of really weigh in any way to add anything other than to what I've given you. And they're sort of both just sort of got this lovely smile on their faces if they've got everything in hand for you, sweetheart. So I hope that helps you. We're going to take our next caller, which is Robin in Brandertown, Florida. Are you there, Robin?
I am, yes.
Do you have a question I can work with tonight,
Hello.
Robin? Hello, Robin.
I was just, yes, can you hear me?
I can, sweetie, yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay,
I can
hi.
hear you, Robin.
I was just wondering, okay, I was just wondering if you could tell me anything about future plans for myself.
Okay, so when you say future plans, is there any particular area that you want me to zone in on? Because future plans is a very wide sort of
I know.
cross section of your life.
Yes. Like financial, career.
Okay, all right, we can look at that. All right, first thing that they're sharing with me is that they want to give you a big tick. So whatever you've been working on or however you've been sorting things out recently, I'm going to say to you, stay on that path. It's like you're on the road to success. I want to see you continue with that. Have you been sort of contemplating whether or not it's time to change your job? Because I'm seeing question marks around the employment, and I'm seeing to me that it's not settled, like the jury's out on that. I haven't made a final decision yet.
Yes, kind of, in a way. I've been out of work for a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then we don't want to keep you out of work. So there will be a sort of, okay. The question mark around that is then probably, are you looking to go back into the same type of employment that you were previously in, or have you been questioning whether or not it's time to branch out into something slightly different?
Whether it's time to branch out into something different.
Yeah. Well, that's where I think it's the most strongest. I'd like to see you sort of, like if you've always been a nurse, it's no point in saying, well, I'm going to go off and work in a retail store, but it could be a different branch of nursing. I'm just using that as an example. So I think it's time to look at your core skill set and then look at what we can add to that or how we can manifest that in a slightly different way to give you something that's a little bit more exciting and interesting as far as the job. I'm seeing a job fairly quickly, sweetie, within the next couple of weeks, but I'm going to say to you it's only going to start out as a temporary or a casual position. I don't want you to turn it down on the strength of that and think, oh, well, it's only 2 weeks' work. That's not much help to me. I really need a proper job, because I feel it's going to lead into an offer of something very permanent. So I want you to sort of take it if it feels right. I do think it's something that you had applied for a job with this company recently and never heard anything, and sort of crossed that off the list, that they didn't even have the manners to say that your application wasn't successful. I know that they should have done that, but I feel that the actual original position that you applied for didn't end up being filled anyway. It was sort of like they changed their mind in the end and reorganised or rejigged the position to be sort of something different. And I think then they tried to sort of maybe sort of disperse it between a number of other people that worked there to sort of, even remove the position altogether. Well, now they've come back to the conclusion that they do need somebody there, but they're sort of looking at whether or not they only need them, for a couple of weeks to sort of sort this out, or whether it's going to lead into a full-time position. So I actually feel that you'll be the first person on their list that they'll phone and offer you a couple of weeks' work if you're interested. And provided it feels right to you, I think take it with and grab it with both hands and go for it, because I feel it will lead into a proper permanent role for you. And it's sort of like you've got 2 weeks' work, and then they offer you another 2 weeks' work, and it goes on like that for a little while until we get into the new year. And then sort of, I think between the last 2 or 3 weeks of January, first week of February, I think then that's when they're going to offer you a more permanent role, which is good. So has there also been some changes to where you're living too, Robin? Have you been sort of clearing out the closets or something in your time off, getting yourself organised?
I have been. Yes, I have been.
Yeah, but that's
I've been
good,
doing a lot of. Yes, go ahead.
Been doing a lot of clearing. Yeah, I was just going to say, you've been doing a lot of clearing and sort of thinking and letting things come in and out of your mind, and sort of what you don't need, you've tossed, and what you've needed to look at, you've looked at. That's good, because this is all part of the changes that are going on around you, Robin, that you've been given this time to be able to sort of sort everything out in your life, not just clearing the closets out, but sort of looking at a lot of old emotional stuff as well. And that's sort of all sort of disappearing. From about March next year, I think there's going to be sort of almost like a completely brand new direction, a new path that you'll be treading on. Like, you'll already have the new job. You've done all your clearing. I don't see any reason to move, but it's like a real shift in who you are and what you want out of your life. And it's like all of a sudden, it's like you know exactly where you're going, what you want, who you want to take with you and who you don't want to take with you. So don't be surprised if over the next few months, some of your friendships, you'll sort of think, gee, I don't know that I have anything in common with that person anymore. I don't know that I'll necessarily pursue that or encourage that friendship. Do you know what I mean? I won't be rude to them, but if they don't ring me, I won't ring them, sort of thing. And it's sort of like getting you ready for this whole new phase in your life, which I think is going to be very exciting, Robin, where you're moving into a much stronger direction. It's like you're listening to your intuition, but your intuition's just become automatic. It's like I don't have to stop and think about how I feel or how I want something to be. I just know, and that's a good thing. It took you a long time to get there. And I think it also took you a long time to say no too, Robin, that you don't have to be everything to everybody.
Correct, yeah.
And that's good. That's really good.
Yeah. Yes. Do you see anything health-wise?
Health's one of those tricky areas, Robin, by, country laws and things like that. We're not really able to discuss it. But what I can tell you is, energetic-wise, I think your energy is starting to become a lot stronger, a lot clearer. You're really listening to your body. You've gone away from sort of trying to follow the sheep and do what everybody else is doing to just listening to what Robin needs. Like if you're tired, you sit down. If you feel like you want to go for a walk, you go for a walk. You're sort of not so obsessed with what's trendy you need to put in your body. It's what you know that your body needs. You're listening to yourself. And I think that's a good thing, because I sort of see your health just getting better and better and better, and you feeling so much more energized, which is wonderful. So that's where we've got to leave it, Robin. We're coming to the end of the show. So I hope everybody has an absolutely fantastic week, and please don't forget to keep California and Los Angeles in our prayers with those fires, and let's pray for rain, that it rains and they can sort of start the big process of cleaning up. And next week, of course, we'll have our Simply Tarot card of the week, the candle of the week, and we'll have our little glimpse and trip around the universe. So until next week, be kind to each other. Make sure that you have your listening ears on during this Mercury retrograde. 24th of the month is when Mercury goes direct again. But so until then, bye for now.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona, Persian medium. I am Power. And I have a guest in my studio today, and this is a surprise for all of you guys. Here we go. Please introduce yourself to all followers and audience. I know that they are very nosy to know exactly who you are, what you are doing, Rose. Please go for it.
Hi, my name is Rose de Los Angeles, and I am a psychic healer. And I work with the angels. I work with the ascended masters. I work with all tiers of angels. I also am a magical divination practitioner. And I'm a clear channel. So when I'm reading you, I'm channeling what's coming through. And your angels, your spirit guides will tell me what the situation is, how to remedy it, and whatever your needs, whether in all areas of life, are specialties of mine. I have several specialties that I do. I also do past life readings, past life cord cuttings from those cords that come into this lifetime. I also do ancestral work for everything that's been handed down you from generation to generation to generation, even from where your ancestry first began. It's like I know how to clear all that out. Karmic work, that's another specialty. I'm also a medicine woman, and so I know my herbs, my oils very well, my stones, and as a holistic practitioner, I'm also guided to tell you what herbs, what stones, what oils you need to use, vitamins, and I also heal the chakras, clear the chakras, balance the chakras, because those are very important to body, mind, and spirit, your auric fields, your energy fields. There's a whole list, of services that I can provide for you. And also, I do offer bundles that will, because sometimes people do have people have not just ancestral issues, there's also past life issues involved, and then also in your chakras, those energies do get stuck in the chakras, and in your auric fields, your energy fields. So it's like I offer bundles to clear all of that up as well. So that's me in a nutshell. Oh, and one more thing, because I am a magical practitioner, I do know how to hold space for a person to help their, whatever it is that they're working on that they can't get to come to fruition. If there's any blocks involved or anything, it's like I know how to hold that space and also help them to bring those their heart's desires to fruition. And I also know how to do curse unraveling. And all of my work is through the angels. It's all through spirit. And I've always had guaranteed results. So as a magical practitioner, I'll do my thing to help that those miracles and blessings, whatever that person, their desires to come true.
Rose, I have to tell to my audience the way that I found Rose. It was I had a communication with some cancer patient, which was my patient, or better say my client, for almost 3 years. I'm trying to kind of like find a real healer, or a healer that could just really make everything right for that person. So I tried to talk to many of those people that I knew, tried to communicate with my master in Europe, and trying to kind of like get some guidance from my spirit to see exactly if I can find the right person, because I did everything what I could do to try to heal this person, and it was very good. It was almost 50 to 55% done, but I needed to have someone to help me to get another 50% done. So, and thank God a miracle happened. The night that I connect to Rose, I just been kind of completely desperate. I didn't know exactly what to do and how to do. I just talked to her and just said, well, I need you, Rose, and I need you to come to California. I wanted to invite you to California because the person in question is here, and I wanted you to do something for that person. And thank God, and again, thank God. After almost 20 days of hard worker and everything that she did to that patient, and thank God, after the result that came back from the doctor, everything being very nice and clear, as now this person or the cancer is kind of almost 75% gone from his body. So all I can say, thank you and thank God for every single gift and healing power that you have, that God gave it to me and you, and make us to be powerful to trying to help people. We are here for you guys. And I promise, if any of you guys have any problem with any sort of disease, anything that you guys need healing, it shouldn't be necessary with your body. It has to be with your mental too. It could be a lot of emotional scars that be holding inside. Anything that you can talk to anybody, you feel that it's just like bugging you, triggering you for so long, please email me, PersianMedium@gmail.com, and go to PersianMedium.com, and you guys can connect directly through me with Rose. So now back to studio, and I have a caller. Let me see. Hello, honey. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Hi, my dear. How are you doing? How's it going, Morgan? What's going on? What's happening, hon? Give me your date of birth, sweetheart, first before I start your reading, and I would love to introduce Rose as well. So she's also talking to angels. Any kind of communication with angels that you would love to have tonight? Anything that we want you to do with the Pentagon? We're both here to assist you. Here we go.
I don't know how much detail I'm supposed to give, basically, but
all I need to know, sweetheart, is about your date of birth to open your Pentagon right now. And then Rose going to also communicate with actually her angel and see exactly what the angel says and has as a messages for you. And we will assist you the best as we can. Go ahead, please.
You would like the date of birth of my child that I lost?
Yeah, you can have. Yes, please.
It would be 12/13 of 2016.
Oh, gosh. Okay. How old?
So sorry.
Oh, my gosh. I'm so sorry for the lost baby.
Oh,
Can I have the name of your baby?
Thank you. I appreciate your condolences. The thing is, I wasn't sure how much reading you could do, being he was stillborn, you know what I mean? So I don't know if he can communicate or not, you know?
That's okay.
But,
it doesn't matter if the baby born or not. The moment that you can receive the answer as you are pregnant, that means that you have a life in your body, and that means that there is identity and DNA in this baby. So that means that the baby actually counts as a baby when you getting your news as that you are pregnant. So don't worry about that. So Rose, can you please communicate with Angel? As we know, there was even the little baby that never born, and I know that there is tons of beautiful angels around this baby right now. They're trying to protect and loving. So please just guide us and say exactly how you feel and sense with those angels right now around. Can I have the name that you had it in your mind, or did you know about the gender of the baby though, and how far you were or when you lost the baby?
I was 20 weeks exactly when I lost him, and his name was Owen.
Aww.
Oh boy. Okay. What I'm seeing is that Owen it's like when you lost Owen, I saw the angels come down, and I saw the angels take Owen's spirit directly home. You know, it was no limbo, no lingering. Owen went directly home. And he is not alone. He is surrounded by angels. He is indeed surrounded with your family members that have crossed over as well. So he's not alone. And what I'm receiving is Owen was meant to be in your body, to be with you for the time that he was, to give you the love that you needed, that you were not alone. And it's for the time that he was with you, he did fill a void. You know, it's like you're seeing the pregnancy as a whole entire loss, of course, as a mother would, but he did feel a void in your life. He was meant to be with you for the time that he was in your belly. And he knows it's like I can hear his voice, and he knows that you did love him. He, to this day, it's like he is part of you. He is still with you. He knows exactly what you have been going through. And it's like he is saying, it's like in his little voice, I hear him saying, he knows that you are still mourning, that you are mourning that loss, you're mourning his death. But what he wants for you and what the angels want for you is to find comfort and to find peace, to find that it was not, that this pregnancy was not in vain, that it was not all for nothing. And him going back home, he's going to be a spirit guide for you. It's not over. It's like you're still connected. And if you need Owen for anything, even though he is as small as he is going to grow. His spirit is, and it's not going to take him long because he's in the spirit world for him to grow and to be going back to an adult spirit. And if you ever need him for anything at all, he will come. He will come, and he wants me to tell you, he can hear you. He can hear you. When you feel free to talk to him and keep talking to him because he can hear you. He can see you. He knows exactly what's going on every minute of the day with you. And being on the other side, being home, they know exactly what's going on. And he can feel you. He can sense you. He can hear you. So don't hold back from talking to him and asking for help, because that is what he is going to be, is your spirit guide from the other side.
That does make me feel better knowing that he does hear me. And you know, he's not just there not knowing what's going on. I'm glad he knows who I am. That's helpful. You really helped a lot. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, Morgan. He does. It's like, just take that comfort in knowing, because he does. It's like they want me to, reiterate that he does hear you. He does see you. He does know what is going on. He knows that you are grieving. And he wants you to, again, take comfort and find that peace and let yourself be at peace, because you've done nothing wrong. You've done nothing wrong. You know, he was in the womb for the time that he was supposed to be. He did provide love. You provided love to each other. He knows he was loved, and he knows he still is loved, is what I hear him saying. He knows he is still loved, and he loves you, and you're always going to be a part of each other. And until you are ready to go home, he's always going to be with you all your life until you are ready to go home, and you will be reunited. But do not think that his death was in vain, because it was not. It was not.
I truly appreciate that. That means so much, because I blame myself so much.
Awesome, Morgan. I think that what you need to do from now on is stop blaming yourself, because what happened to your baby boy wasn't your fault. And all I wanted you to do to feel blessed and communicate with your baby boy when you feeling you need it. And then feel free and talk to God, and also be thankful, because sometimes we don't know. If God make a decision that the baby never going to come, that is one of the angel that God wanted to send to the earth after, and then helping others. So try to be thankful thankful and grateful. Don't try to feel that it was a bad life. God didn't even love me. Why actually God took away my baby away from me? Don't ever say any of those things. Just be thankful and grateful. Just pray for the beautiful, gorgeous, angelic soul of their baby. And I wish you the best, my love. I have another caller that's waiting. Unfortunately, I have to say goodbye to you, Morgan. Thank you so much. For more information, you guys, about me and about Rose, you can go to PersianMedium.com or PersianMedium@gmail.com. Thank you so much, Morgan. Have a great one, and bye.
Much love and blessings.
Awesome. So back to studio, and now I have Shelly from Vancouver. Hello, how are you doing, Shelly? Hello, Shelly.
Hi, hello. I am fine. It's so awesome to be hearing your voice and be connected to you. I've been watching your shows for the longest time, but I've never kind of connected.
So much. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you so much. And I was so excited when I got a message, and I'm so happy to be talking. I just have two questions. One is that I'm in the middle of, actually not middle, I've just changed my career from what I have been doing. I've been just going through a rough time, and now I've changed it into this new career, and I just need to know that if it's okay for me to pursue this. And then my second question is about my dad, who passed away, and it just comes into my dreams a lot, even though I don't think about him at all.
Okay, let me just answer your question. The first question, gorgeous. Just go for it without no doubt. It's your time, and it's your destiny, and spirit, and all is the power, the unknown, or the highest power is calling you. I wanted you to listen, and I wanted you to go for it. Don't be scared, don't be worried, and don't be concerned, my love. Just go for it. It's time. Just get it done.
Yes, I am a little scared, but then that's the reason I'm asking. Okay, sure, I should not be scared. Mm-hmm.
No, you know why? Because universe has your back. Because power actually has your back, and that's why I can see there is a tons of things that having your back right now. I see also the Archangel Michael having your back as well, so that's why you are completely protected, and you do not need to be concerned. That means that everything is going to be exactly as you wish and you desire for. So that's why I wanted you to go for it without any doubt. Just get up, stand up, and go for the desire that you had for a long time. It's time for you to make it happen. And I know you can, because I do believe in you with the energies that you are sending to me right now. There is nothing that could stop you to succeed.
Wow, thank you so much. That's so awesome to hear that. And also my dad, that I don't even think too much. He's passed in 2002, but I have constant reoccurring dreams about him, and I just don't understand that. Why?
Now I have my angel Rose in the studio, and Angel, please, Rose, communicate with her dad and see if you can find any messages for this beautiful lady. Go ahead, please.
Okay, first thing I'm receiving is the reason why you're having these dreams is because your connection with your father is very strong. And he's coming to you in the dream state to give you messages and to stay in communication with you. And there's times where you're not understanding the dreams.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like the angels are telling me, write down the dreams, journal them, keep them in a journal. And there's a reason why you're not understanding is because you will later. Like for example, if he's trying to tell you, he's giving you messages of things that are to come, messages that you even in your subconscious mind, there's some things that you don't understand. And so he's coming to you in the dreams to not only just to explain, but kind of like show you the way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I know, because the confusion is that they're not very pleasant dreams, and they're upsetting. Those dreams are upsetting.
I think there is one reason behind it, and I know Rose is going to agree with me on this as well, because you've been very nervous and very tense in the past couple months. And I think that when you are so close to someone that passed away, he tried to communicate with you by kind of like being a little bit nervous and upset, to making you to wake up, to kind of like, it's kind of like a 1111 call, 1111 awareness. Wake up, stop it, you should not do it now, you are in the wrong path, just change your path. Believe in yourself, be more positive, go for it, you know? So the kind of upset, or when we kind of like meet our parents or some of the very dear people that passed away in the past, that doesn't mean that if they are upset actually in that dream, that doesn't mean that they are upset of us, or they are not in a good place, or maybe they are having kind of difficult time. It's not that. It's about you. They're sending a message to you to kind of sense yourself more, observe a little bit of these energies, and feel like what to do to try to change these energies. That means that if you want to make me happy, do something that you can make me happy. You definitely did something for your dad when he was alive. Maybe, because when I actually talking about your dad right now, or feel about him, I feel the backyard, I feel a lime tree, I feel the planting, I feel doing something, giving life to something. This is exactly what I wanted you to do from now on, because he is trying to give you that message as well. Okay, so it's all about change and jump. Change and jump. That is exactly what you are into that path right now, because he wants to change something, he wants to challenge something, but you don't know how to do. You are scared to do that. That's what exactly your dad wanted to say. I'm kind of upset, I'm kind of not happy, because I feel that you are not believing yourself enough. It's exactly like 1111 as a number. Awareness, wake up, go for it. It's time, get it done.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, so that was it, and then I could have so many more questions, but this is pretty awesome.
We still have time, so it's not plenty of time, but we still have almost 3 minutes, so go for it, gorgeous, go for it.
Okay, so my next question is, I am a spiritual person, but how do I enhance my energy and keep it in a high vibration all the time, even though sometimes I do get surrounded by lots and lots of negativity? I try to kind of stay in my bubble, which then I think is I'm building my walls and I'm not expanding. So how do I go about that?
Okay, you have 1 minute. Do you have something, Rose? Say 1 minute.
What I would do to keep your vibration high is I would meditate and connect. Meditate and connect. And also the bubble that you put yourself in, make sure that it's clear, and make sure that only positive and the divine will come in. And one more thing is,
talk to the water as well. If you have any problem with kind of some vision that is scaring you, talk to the water. Water will actually receive all your negative energies and will take away from your body. Talk to the water. Go to the beach. Go to take shower. Shower, water will take away all your negative energies from you, okay? So that's what I wanted you to do, to that. Have that water around. Drink as much as you can. Sometimes you have to go to the bathroom and just start trying to take a shower. And this is very important. If you really guys want to manifest something, trying to get something done or some dream come true, go to actually some places that is full of water from the head to the toe, shower, beach, anything. Just go and close to the water. Water will give you all answer, took away all negativity and doubt, and also gave you so much energies of power.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the like, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
Hi everyone, welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance with Angel. So today I have a special guest. I have Tamron, as you can see on the screen. She is a spiritually guided who thrives on teaching and supporting individuals on how to effortlessly shift into their magic zone. Whether business or personal life, Tamron gives proven strategies to save time, money, and frustration. She's a certified health coach, former private investigator, and an alchemist, healer, and she is clairvoyant. She creates powerful, personalized remedies. Tamron is the founder of Tamron's Place, a retreat for spiritual growth that offers life-changing courses, personalized consultations, and customized retreats. And she is a wonderful, wonderful lady. I have sat by her through the Galaxy Psychic Fairs, and I can't tell you how she rocks this world, girls. So let's get right into the questions, girlie. What's the difference between being an empath versus being compassionate?
Well, thank you, Angel, and thank you for the intro. I would love to share this information with your listeners because I feel that there are so many people out there today that don't realize how sensitive they actually are. So I want to clarify for everybody listening today that an empath is someone who feels the energy of everything, of other people, situations, walking into a room, and they don't understand that it's not necessarily their energy that they're feeling. So a compassionate person is someone who understands that they can feel and sense what's happening for other people, yet it does not affect them. So there's a difference there. So when you can learn how to shield yourself and to understand what somebody else is and what's actually yours, you will have so much less anxiety. And I feel like that is a big epidemic right now in our world.
Oh, very much so. Okay, so just for our viewers out there, how can we manage the intensely sensitive energy that's going on right now? Because I know I'm being hit left, right, and center with this retrograde. So how can we use the full moon and take advantage for it to be more beneficial in today's world and the chaos that we put up with on a day-to-day basis?
That's a great question, Angel. And we have the full moon energy coming up early next week, Monday or Tuesday, depending on when that is. And right now we are in the midst of Mercury retrograde. So it's like magnified to 100 times. And this is why a lot of people are feeling so intense. This week, a lot of people are having meltdowns and crying a lot. That's why you're getting the calls, people needing readings, and the phone's ringing on my end too. So I want
yeah.
Right? So for women especially, The moon represents, in ancient Vedic astrology, the moon represents our subconscious and it represents our feelings. However, it comes out at night, right? We feel that energy of the moon. So at times like this, when it's Mercury retrograde and the full moon coming up next week, a lot of people don't sleep, they feel restless, and they have extreme anxiety. And some people get depressed too. It just depends on their personality. So when the moon is illuminated, when the moon is full, that is when we feel it the most. And the best way to actually learn how to manage, like I answered in the previous question you had for me, was understanding what's yours and what's not yours. So during my full moon gatherings for women, which we're going to talk about in a second, is I'm going to teach you how to manage your own energy so that you can actually use the intensity of the full moon to release what no longer serves you, or to release all the energies of the people around you that you were feeling and to let that go. So it's literally like you're going to be able to take a big breath and go, whoo, I'm done.
Okay, so does this also affect in people's dreams? Like, I know there's been a lot of wicked dreams going around, and that's one of the things that people tell us. It tells me on phone calls that we have wicked dreams, we're having anxiety attacks, panic attacks, we want to jump out of our skin. Does that all play with the full moon in retrograde?
Absolutely. So when we're having these intense dreams, especially around the full moon, usually what that represents is that our subconscious, so something deep within us, needs to come to the surface. So that's why we feel it the most in our dreams. But what most people do is they hold on to it. Right? So let's say fear for right now. There's a lot of fear. We're afraid what's going to happen with politics, the world, environment, whatever. So a lot of people are feeling this fear, but they don't know how to release it. They don't know how to let it go. And that's what the full moon is. It's a time to let things go. So if no one has trained you on how to do that, you're just going to keep feeling it more and more. And if you're around other people that are feeling it, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like a snowball. So what we want to do is learn how to acknowledge what's coming up during our dreams, right? And feeling this and say, okay, thank you for showing me what that is, but it's time to say goodbye.
Okay, and how does this play? I had a train of thought, so I got to get this. How does this play in with the holidays coming up? Like, I know around the holidays, I get a lot of phone calls. There's lots of people who are lonely, depressed, not understanding what's going on. How does this all intertwine with holidays? So, like, we got Christmas coming up, New Year's. How does that play in with this?
Well, if people are feeling a lot of these, well, I'm just going to say an imbalance in their emotions, what they need to learn is how to use holistic modalities, which I teach on these women's gatherings, so that you can transform something negative into something positive. And I like to use holistic modalities, such as learning, and we can use things like NLP, EFT, using high-grade essential oils, Bach flower remedies, meditations, that kind of stuff, because you have to learn how to turn it around. And you don't learn this stuff in school. It's not ABC 1, 2, 3, right? This is the New Age movement. And it's easy to do, but it's not a quick fix. So it's what I call the turtle, like slow and steady wins the race. These are techniques that you can learn, but you got to keep doing them every day. And then once something comes up, when you're feeling something, it's like, okay, I know what I can use. I've been taught how to use it, how to change it or to transform it. Because everything's energy. So when you learn how to change the energy, you can take something negative and turn something positive. So the best example really quickly is you can take anger and use something that you've been angry at and to morph it into passion, into changing it into something better. Does that make sense?
Oh, for me it does. And I know that out there they'll make sense to some of our viewers, and some of our viewers now have been piqued and have questions. So how can the women who are listening to the show, or anybody who's listening to the show as that matter of fact, because this will benefit men as well, they go through the same thing.
Yeah.
How can they go and join the full moon webinar that we're having on Tuesday, November 12th, to learn more about how to use the energy to manifest the miracles in their lives?
Well, what we're going to do during that full moon webinar is to teach. I'm a teacher, I'm a guide, a spiritual guide. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the 4 elements of the earth, which are wind, the earth, water, and fire. And I'm going to teach people how to use those 4 elements so that you can shield yourself, right? Release what somebody else is, protect yourself, and to transform that energy into something positive. So I do this every month, and for your listeners, as a special thing, I'm going to allow people to join for free. They just have to email me at tamarontv@gmail.com. And we can post this information later. And they can join on a live Zoom webinar at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And I will teach them some very simple techniques on how they can manage this energy so that they can release it, feel more grounded, more protected, and be able to move forward. Because a lot of times this is what's holding you back in your life, is a lot of this fear, anxiety, some of these negative energies that really don't serve us, right? So we want to be able to move through that. And that's when the magic happens, when you realize it isn't your stuff.
So what I'm going to ask you to is to send me the information. I'm also going to paste it on my Facebook page under Crystal Clear Holistic Healing and Products so that they can contact you. And I'm going to tag it to the top of my page. So just send me kind of like your business card so that they can get a hold of you, because I think this would be really interesting for a lot of people to get in contact with you. It's just a gut feeling. Like I say, you rock, girl. You are my sensei. All right.
Well, thank you. Yes. Yeah,
so do you want to have a little? Do you want to have a little fun?
Absolutely. You take over now.
Well, you chime in, because if you're going to get any information on the readers, you need to chime in. So the first card that I got for today, Angel can never get this on, is the Divine Alchemy. So everybody that's watching the show needs to move beyond the current challenges, which finally goes into what we were talking about. Focus on what you desire, okay? So we're going to go to our first caller, which is La Maria in Austin.
Yes.
Did I say that correct?
Yes, Mira.
Okay. So your card just happens to be, let's get that straight, the Love and Acceptance card. So that tells me that you are full of love, okay? But you need to start recognizing your worth, and you have to start choosing loving thoughts, which kind of ties in to what Tamron was talking about, okay? So, my girl, do you have any specific questions for us, or you just want general information?
Well, I would like to know about my love life.
Okay. So let me just get into here and just chime in when you want, Tamron. If you get something before me, just chime in on here. Okay, girl. So what I'm getting more of is that you have had experiences that have sort of given you a foul taste in your mouth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're basically telling me that when you're ready for your love life and your love life situation to change, that you're going to be able to move forward. You're kind of stopping it from happening because you haven't dealt with and moved forward from the foul taste, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Definitely.
Okay. So when you decide you're ready for love, he's going to be there. Like, he's waiting. I can see him. It's more, this is on your side, and this is on you working on your own self-love and your own self-worth, which kind of goes in with your card in the acceptance of love, okay? So you kind of need to work on that personally and start realizing that you are this wonderful, beautiful person that has so much to give the world. You've just ran into a bump and you got to say, okay, like, I mean, everything that's went on, you have to forgive yourself for what you've thought and what you've said on that situation. And you just need to start owning it. Like, you've got to start being proud of who you are and start using your knowledge to move forward in that area.
Wow, that is so, so true.
Do you have anything to add, Cameron?
Sure, I can add personal experience and exactly what I'm feeling intuitively as well. You hit the nail on the head, or the hammer on the nail there when you said you have to forgive yourself. And I'll just share that forgiveness doesn't necessarily mean that you did anything wrong. So when we have experiences in the past with other people that left a foul taste in our mouth, it's a wonderful opportunity for us, for anyone, to look at those experiences and to have great gratitude for going through that, because it's pushing you to go deeper within yourself, to find that love within yourself, because it's a magnet. Everything, the law of attraction is equal. So rather than trying to go out and find someone who will love you, when you take time to reflect and look at all the beautiful things that you love and accept about yourself, that's when that other person is going to come into your life. Like Angel is saying, he's there. It's the work we need to do on ourselves. And it's a beautiful process to do. And so when you radiate and you feel good about yourself, people will notice that rather than us waiting to be noticed. We need to do the exact opposite, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. So like you hit the nail on the coffin. Because I do have to work on myself, and, start trying new things. It's just that,
Yes.
Sometimes I don't know who to trust.
Trust yourself, my girl. You have to learn to trust yourself before you can trust anybody else. And that's a valuable lesson that I had to learn with going through my first marriage, and how I was just knocked down and everything beaten out of me. I had to learn to trust myself. Once I learned to trust myself, it was a lot easier to start trusting other people. Because when things go wrong in our life, we tend to blame ourselves, as Cameron was saying, and it's not necessarily our fault. And that's where we have to learn to start that relationship between ourselves again, and understanding who we are and taking our power back, and then trusting ourselves to the fullest. And you will get there. Now, they're also telling me that you're wondering about money. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, that's coming, my girl. That's totally, totally coming. Okay? So once you start getting in that, like Cameron was saying, once you start getting your vibration up and starting to match with your goals, everything's just going to fall into place for you.
Wow. Do you see me getting married?
Well, that's up to you. Again, that totally comes up to you. If you're saying you want to get married and you're saying it, you put it out in the universe works to give that to you through law of attraction. But if your energy doesn't match it, okay? So if you, let's just say, put out there you want to get married, but then you're sitting here and you're going, do I really want to get married? Do I want to put up with that again? Your vibration isn't matching it. So then it won't come, okay? It's just going to kind of sit there and percolate out in the universe going, hey, I'm here, I'm ready, I'm waiting for you. What do you want me to do? But if you're not vibrationally being specific and saying, this is what I want, it's just going to not come, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And I'm actually not in a rush. You know, I just would like to know. I never know what the future holds.
Oh, it's coming. That's totally up to you. You can grab anything you want that you've put out in the universe. You just have to trust yourself and know that you can create anything. And what Tamron's doing with the full moon, that's part of her teaching us how to grab on to everything that we want. And it kind of fits in with Abraham Hicks, with staying on your disc and everything being in the vortex and just being able to grab it. Am I right, Tamron?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free to your listeners. So if she'd like to follow up, then she's more than happy to join us next Tuesday night.
And it'll really help you in following through, in starting to manifest and create everything you want. People really don't realize how much the full moon and energies affect us. And being empathic, we really take on, like Tamara was saying, we take on a lot of other people's garbage that we shouldn't really take on.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you? All
yes,
right.
It does.
So you have a great weekend, okay?
You too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. So you can reach me at crystalclear101.com, or you can email me at cosmicearthangel@outlook.com, or you can just go to my Facebook, which is Crystal Clear 101 Holistic Healing, sorry, not hearing, healing and products. Okay, I'm tongue-tied. See, the energy's got me flying here, Tamara. So how can they get a hold of you, Tamara?
They can go to my business Facebook page under Tamaron's Place, and that's spelled TAMMERONS, and then just place. They can send me a message or email me at tamarontv@gmail.com. Thank you for allowing me to be a guest on your showing.
No, thank you for coming on, and I hope we're going to do this again, because I totally enjoyed it, and you rocked it out, girl. So they can't blame me.
Thank you so much for joining me today. I am so excited to be joining you today with Sapphire Souls. I'm Amber Price. Thank you so much for joining me in this welcoming community. I am so happy to bring you some messages today. First, I want to start with introducing myself. I'm living in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I have 5 children, and I'm living here with my husband. We have 1 grandbaby and another one on the way any day now. So it's quite busy here in the Price household, but not too busy to be able to spread some light in the community. So today, I just wanted to give you a couple little insights into who I am and how I got here. So I started doing this work professionally a few years ago, and it kind of came about in a very interesting way, because I didn't actually plan on being a psychic medium for my life. If you can imagine, most of us don't, right? It kind of something you're stumbled upon, and the universe is kind of giving you that direction and guidance to be able to come and join this work. So originally, I had done a lot of work in the healthcare industry in administration. And so I ended up continuing that work and really finding more and more that I went on that I just needed to do this. So my earliest memory was when I was about 4 years old, around kindergarten time. And that's when I really started recognizing that I didn't actually believe that I was alone. I knew it was an imaginary friend, but I did know that the energy that was around me, I felt like I wasn't alone, and that, I really felt comforted by it. It never did scare me. And then fast forward to about 12 years old, and luckily some pioneers in the industry were already on television and sharing some information educationally about this type of work. And I was able to, through that, really understand who I was and what I was doing. And so from there, at 12, you can imagine I didn't understand very much about it, but I did know I wasn't alone and that other people did feel the same way and experience the same things that I did. And as you know, because if you're watching, that means that you're also a spiritual soul. And so to some extent, you also probably feel like you could be isolated, or that somebody doesn't really understand how you feel or some of the things that you're experiencing. So when you do have somebody like that come along and really shed some light, it really is comforting. So I ignored it, of course, at 12 years old. I just went and continued and played and, lived my life. And then getting to 17 years old is when I really started to feel my first experience. Now, it was around the first time that I knew that I was communicating with someone who had departed. And so that's when I really started to harness in and listen to that energy. But of course, at 17, this isn't something that I thought I would be doing for the rest of my life. It was something that I just thought I was. And so when I'm connecting and getting messages, I just felt, again, very peaceful, very validated, very heartwarmed by it, because it was never scary. And so then about 26 years old, I was pregnant with my fourth child. And we, of course, didn't know if it was going to be a boy or girl, but I had this impression of a little girl, and she came to me and kind of gave me some information about that she was a girl, that she would be coming and joining us into this earth realm, and that she would be coming on a certain month and a certain day. And of course, I thought, okay, well, we'll see what happens. And of course, true to her message, she came on the exact day that she had given me the information. So from there, it really kind of started to get more involved and more heavy as we kind of went on. And being a parent, I really used my intuition to help guide and help deliver messages and guidance to my children. So as I mentioned, we do have 5. And so now we get to share that information with all the little new grandbabies that are coming for us. And so when I decided that I was going to work in this industry and really just live my authentic purpose, which I really believe each of you should be doing. It is a very scary and difficult step. I understand. I've been there, done that, had to make the same choice. But at the end of the day, it's feeling like a relief. Like, yes, you are doing what you're supposed to be doing. You are living your authentic purpose. And that in itself is so rewarding. So I was about 26 when I made that decision to really start listening. But I really wasn't until my 30s in which I decided that I was going to be doing this for professional work. And I'm a clear cognizant, so I get a lot of information that just kind of comes into my head, like my own thoughts and my own memories of things. And so, of course, that is the most challenging, is that your own thought? Did I know that before and now I'm just remembering it now? And so really the thoughts that come in and the messages that are interpreted and received are really quick, fast, and furious. And so it's a lot to absorb when you're first learning. And as an empath, which is my second strongest quality, you feel the way that other people feel. And so this was my biggest struggle. So any of you out there that have been looking to understand themselves more, or maybe struggling with feelings of anxiety or chronic illnesses or autoimmune disorders. Those are things that I struggled with myself. And I'm very, very willing to share those personal stories because I feel like it's so helpful to understand. I feel a lot of spiritual people feel these types of ailments a lot because they're not really understanding that they're receiving energy and receiving information through that way. And so knowing that now makes you a lot more healthy. You take a lot of more accountability to these things. So really some personal growth in that area. And of course, once you start acknowledging that they're coming through and that you are getting messages, you start to feel healthier because you're in a lot more control over what information you're receiving and how you're interpreting it, if you choose to share it or if you keep it private. All of those things come with learning really who you are and what your purpose is. The main thing that I really kind of focused on was more information. So, okay, now I know that I'm experiencing these things. So where can I get information? Where can I understand? And I didn't know really anybody else who was doing it professionally. I believe I come from a long line of family members on both my father and my mother's side that are very sensitive to energy, whether they're empaths or whether they're actually receiving clairvoyant messages or claircognizant messages. And so it was never a thing to be ashamed of in my family. Like I was very, very lucky that I had so much support with friends and family. But not everybody does. And you know, you have to find that support from somewhere. So really just kind of delving into books. I had read so many books. My husband got me one that I really want to give a shout out to, Sherry Dillard. It was You Are a Medium. This book was amazing. It really captured the essence of what I was experiencing and shedding light onto it. And so I just started reading more books and more books and more books and researching, the internet and really understanding what kind of information I am getting and how to work with it. And so I guess I could say I'm a natural born medium in the sense that I just never really had to develop it from scratch. If I go back into time, I know that at 4 years old, I was experiencing that. And of course, it wasn't something that I asked for at that age or even asked for in later years. But of course, this is my life's purpose. I understand that now. And I just absolutely love that there are forums like A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and all these different people that come out and share their wisdom each day and each week and each moment. And so I'm just very, very pleased to be part of this community. So that's enough about me. I just love sharing some things just so that people who also are experiencing, their own enlightenment and their own spiritual ascension really do understand that it's not easy for us as sensitive people. We don't just wake up and we're doing this, without any problem. It is something that we all work on and that we all struggle with to a sense of how do I turn it off? Like I get asked that all the time. And to a point, it's hard to turn it off because if you're open and you're willing to accept messages because you know it's for someone's highest good, it is difficult to turn it off. However, there's different varying levels of that. And so, in one of my future shows, we'll talk about really how do you harness those messages and how do you protect yourself if maybe you're somewhere where it's inappropriate to be receiving all these messages and having to filter through them. So I'm interested, down the road in sharing those tidbits. And so really when we're looking at energy and how you're getting it, it could come anywhere. It could come at a restaurant while you're trying to eat, at the grocery store. It could come when you're visiting a friend that every other day for the last 15 years you've not had a message come through, but this particular day you do. So really filtering those things and kind of working through them. And of course, nobody wants somebody to be giving them messages all the time. So when we're talking about friends and family members, there's a certain level of boundary that I put up for those people. I don't tap into their energy. I've done a lot of making sure that there's a good let's say, spiritual wall or protection around them, because I really do want to enjoy them and respect them as family and friends. And so unless somebody asks, they're not getting any information. And that's just the moral standard I set for myself. And of course, everybody's different. So when we're talking about energy, this is actually an amazing time of the year, because you've got, we're entering fall. And with fall comes all the energy of all the change. And so from an energetic universal energy, you've got the change. So, just as the leaves have fallen from the trees, you've got the energy that is asking us to let things fall away from our energy and our soul that we no longer need. We carry so much with us every single day. And, I always equate it to like, if you were carrying all these grocery bags and backpacks and stuff, and every time somebody you met, you got another backpack or another grocery bag, and then you got upset because something upsets us. And so you hold that as another bag. And then all of a sudden you've got like, you're being weighed down by all of these bags and all of this energy that you're carrying. Now imagine if you thought of that as the physical picture that I was creating for you. Could you imagine how far somebody could get in carrying all of those bags and all of that weight? So when we're really thinking about it, if you can put down some of those bags, those spiritual bags, you can really start to feel healthier and feel more aware and have more enlightening messages come through. Because when we are holding all of that stuff, what happens is our energy becomes a little bit more dense, and it is harder to communicate with energy. And so if we're talking about you and how you're supposed to be, maybe communicating with your loved ones or your angels, your guides, you really want to have some sense of clarity when you're getting those messages. And let's be clear, just because you put something down doesn't mean that you don't have to care about it anymore. It just means that you're letting yourself enjoy the moment that you're in. And so when you're continuing to release or hold all of those things, you definitely should be thinking about, what is this doing for me? Because really, fall reminds us, put things down, let things go. And so it's kind of an awkward time for some of us. I don't know if you listeners have thought of this or have noticed in the last few weeks, some of the energy is absolutely chaotic. And so if you're in the midst of a crossroad in your life, you're absolutely probably feeling uncomfortable. Everything probably seems like it's juggling up in the air and you don't know which way to go. That's okay. Don't worry. We're all there. I've been there too. And so all this has to do is remind us that something has to change. Because if we didn't feel uncomfortable and we didn't have the chaos that's surrounding us, we wouldn't be pushed to do something different, right? So with fall comes all of the energy about holidays. And I'm talking about Remembrance Day is just around the corner. And so when we have those energies that are coming through and really just remembering and honoring the fallen, that brings a whole bunch of energy to light as well, especially in very historical places, because you've got a lot of energy from the actual events that have occurred. We here in Canada, we just had Thanksgiving, and so the energy with that and what it stands for and represents. And so, of course, upcoming all of these different holidays for every nationality, and that brings energy. Now, we're talking about the energy that's created by us humans, which is the excitement and the joy of getting together with friends and family, or complete opposite. Maybe it's stress and worry and concern about having to come together with people. And either is absolutely normal as long as you know and accept that it is what it is. And so when you're connecting, that creates an energy in itself. So I equate that to, if you've ever been to a surprise party and you're waiting to surprise this person, and then you're getting all these butterflies in your stomach and you're maybe feeling anxious and nervous, that's feeling energy of people. That's feeling the energy of an environment. And so when you have that, you really want to understand that it's not like an anxiety, like that you're experiencing anxiety. It's that you have to just be mindful that you're in an environment with lots of people and lots of energy. But on the other side, which is so fascinating, we have the energy that brings all of our loved ones. So now you've got energy that's coming through for all of the loved ones that want to attend and to be there to witness this exciting event. And the same is true for events that are more challenging for us, such as, funerals or somebody being ill and things like that, because we've all experienced that, unfortunately, with our families and loved ones. And so the energy too will enhance around those times. And so you've got your emotion, you've got the environment, and then you have the energy of the spiritual realm, which is your loved ones and angels and guides. So can you imagine how much is going on at that time of year? And you're expecting to be, even keel and everything is going great and everything goes perfect without a hitch. So I guess I challenge you this holiday season to really kind of separate what it is that you are feeling. Are you feeling on the energy of the people? Are you feeling on the energy of the environment or the event? Or are you thinking that you're feeling the energy of your loved ones that are in spirit? And so really start to identify what it is that you're picking up, because I guarantee you're going to be able to hone in on your own skills and really, really start to pick up more messages. As well, it takes some of that energy that drains us. Some people really, really thrive in the environment with lots of people and lots of love and lots of connection. And then empaths tend to retreat. So as much as they want to look and be, really excited to be around people, it's actually so physically demanding that they become very drained. And so, they may not be able to stick around for long, and that's okay. And so here are some of the things that we can do. So when we're talking about preparing for energy and how we can kind of, embrace the next several weeks, what we want to do is we want to set boundaries. Number one, it is okay to not attend every holiday party and every, dinner out. You don't have to attend something. Empaths tend to feel like they have to please other people or else they're letting them down. And to an extent, I think as long as you just explain that you're not coming, but thank you for the invite, that there are ways around it without causing an awkward moment, because empaths don't like awkward moments and they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So setting boundaries, and boundaries are amazing for anybody. It doesn't matter if you're an empath or not. Really setting boundaries is something that will help you feel like you're really living up to the expectations that you set for yourself. And when we live up to an expectation that we've set for ourselves, we don't feel disappointed or stressed or lacking. We actually feel validated and we feel like we've accomplished something. So got your boundaries set. So now what? Now you're going to look at how you protect your energy. So you're going to really kind of meditate. You're going to balance out. Maybe you want to ground. Grounding is funny. I'm actually sitting on the floor right now in my living room, and this is making me feel grounded. I feel nice and comfy and cozy. Because actually here in Niagara Falls, Canada, it's snowing right now. So I wasn't about to go outside and stand in the grass. Although, I also found the snow is very calming for me as well. Now, so anything that you do that makes you feel comfortable, maybe it's going for a drive, listening to music, having a bath, all of those things are very clearing and grounding of your energy. And if you're balanced and grounded, you can handle a lot more. And you can probably attest to that. If you've already got, everything snowballing and all of these crazy things going on in your day, it doesn't take much to send you over the edge and cause frustration or stress or, disappointment in your day when you've already got so many things in a momentum. And so if you can balance and clear that out, you can handle a lot more. So when you've got the opportunity, you're going to come home from a large group event, or maybe it's work, or maybe it's visiting one person. It doesn't matter. Whatever your energy has been expended on, you'd like to follow it up with some clearing. So I like to wash my hands with cool water after every connection that I make. It doesn't matter if I'm outside talking to a neighbor, or if I'm at, my local department store, or if I've just finished a reading. I like to wash my hands in between each reading as well. It really clears the energy. And it's a really great fix in a time when you can't actually go for a long bath or a long shower. And so any of those things are really valuable, especially in the holiday season, to kind of reboot your energy. And I think that it's so important that you just say no, just say no, set your boundaries, and then also set time frames for how long that you want to attend a certain thing, or how long that you're going to be able to engage in that energy. If you know that you can only do 3 hours, then when 3 hours comes, even if you're feeling high off the energy from the time, knowing that when you get home, you're going to kind of come down off of that and feel like an energetic hangover, so to speak. Basically, that's you pushing your limits. So kind of stick with it and make sure. Now, you also want to dissolve any cords to any energy that you have connected to. And I'm going to talk about that in later shows, and how we can do more of a clearing and a cutting or dissolving of cords very gently. And I am just absolutely so excited to share with you all of these little tips and tidbits that I've learned through the years, because it helps me so much to understand, how are other people experiencing energy? And that's why I love to hear other people's stories. I absolutely love it. And so when they show up and they share this information with me, and I can help people through spiritual growth coaching, the workshops that I offer, I really get so much more out of it than they probably do, to be honest, because you know what? I love learning and I love engaging with people, and helping somebody understand their abilities is priceless to me. It is absolutely priceless, because I understand from a very personal perspective what it felt like to be there. And I'll tell you, I don't take any interaction with somebody for granted. It doesn't matter who you are. When you cross my path, I will learn from you. And I hope that I grow better from it. And so that's why I'm here. And that's why I've decided that I'm going to do light work. And this is what really just gives me the love in my heart to be able to share with you the stuff that I've learned and the information I get. So primarily as a medium, I connect to people who've departed. And so I hold a very, very high ethical standard for myself and how I share information with people's loved ones. So I don't like to rush. I really like to give people the time that they need to hear the messages. I do evidential mediumship, so I like to provide validating key facts about their loved ones so that they know who I'm speaking of. So because of this, this does take a lot of energy out of me, of course, and anybody out there who also does medium type readings. But what I am able to really kind of gain out of it is that I'm giving. So it doesn't matter how much energy it takes and how long the session goes. I really just need to make sure that that message is delivered. And so I really absolutely feel like if you want more information about that and how I connect, then please visit my website at amber-price.com for more information. And I'm going to be talking in the coming weeks about protection of energy, how energy and emotion might be different, because I hear the words, I have anxiety and I feel anxious, or I'm picking up energy. So I really want to separate what those things are. And this is something that I feel like is something that the people in my workshop really, really love. And this is helping them to become more grounded. And so as you approach your holiday season and as you continue to move through fall season, know that you have lots of resources around you and you can reach out at any time, and that you're not alone. You have validation, you have backup. And so thank you so much for allowing me to join this beautiful community on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am so excited to be here and share this information with you. And in the coming weeks, we'll get into really some cool topics and deep information. And hopefully where you are, it's not snowing so much, because right now it's still snowing. So, and maybe next time when I see you, I will be able to share that I have a brand new grandson on the way, because he's due any day now. And so we're anxiously awaiting that. Perfect timing. So thank you so much. And I absolutely want to challenge you to that energy challenge that I gave you. And I'd love to hear your feedback about it.
Hi, I'm Asia, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now, on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on Insights into Consciousness. I'm your host tonight here on A1R Radio. I am doing readings tonight, just all readings, and I want to focus on intuition. And if you have had any spiritual experiences, first off, I just wanted to say that the number one question I get from people from a religious background, especially of the Christian faith, anybody who has read the Bible, follows the Bible, I got it again tonight when I was doing a reading, and that is, if the Bible says X, Y, Z, how is it that you justify still using Christ consciousness and being Christian and doing readings as a psychic medium? And the answer is very, very clear every single time. The answer is always that we all must use our discernment. We are all born with an innate, inherent discernment, which will tell us specifically what is good and what is bad. It is our job and our responsibility to be able to weed out good and bad people, whether it be at a church, and trust me, there are always good and evil people running and attending any religious place. Don't let anybody fool you. The most, how can I say this? The people who harm the most and the people who do the most damage are the ones that are usually the most manipulative, and they take advantage of people. They appear nice. They're not your ugly pirate in the corner, okay? They are outwardly usually very manipulative, very graceful, charming. They look clean. They look amazing. They usually are very attractive. And by the way, that is another way that they gain manipulation, is through their appearance, sexuality, and basically getting people's attention, either being attractive to them personally or sexually. That is a very big manipulating tool that these personality disordered people, or people who don't have your best interest at heart. So again, I go over it and I just go over it and go over it, that it's important to learn how to use our own innate, inherent, built-in compass. And that is building our own spirituality, and that is our responsibility. We can't leave it up to, like, let's say a pastor of your church every time you have communication with someone. If you go on the train, or you're out on the street, or you're at work, or you meet somebody new at a party or someone's house, can you call up your pastor throughout your life every single time you meet somebody and say, listen, I really need you to tell me if this person's okay or not? No, we don't do that. That's not realistic. So what we do is we use our own compass. We have to practice it. We have to all keep fine-tuning our compass. So I'm going to take a call now. Bridget in Tulsa, Oklahoma. She would like a reading tonight, so I'm going to do that now. Hi, Bridget. How are you tonight?
Hi, I'm wonderful. I got through. I've been trying for a while. Thank you so much.
Oh, yay, you got through. I'm happy to talk to you tonight. So what would you like to focus on?
I'd like a medium reading if you can. Do you do those?
Yeah, I do. I can see what I get.
Okay. That and maybe guidance or
guidance. Okay. Now, first of all, I'm getting a female. I'm kind of getting mom or grandma. First off, and I'm not sure if that is. I think she seems more like a grandma presence, and she's really sweet. She's got glasses on. I mean, most of them do, but she is. See, if she feels to me more like a. I would say, first of all, let me get your feedback. Is this ringing a bell?
Yeah, I have a couple of grandmas. I was pretty young when they passed.
Okay, and so
my mom's still living, so it's got to be my grandma.
It has to be your grandma. So sometimes when we go in for a medium reading, the person who you were hoping to hear from doesn't always come through. If you would like me to focus on a specific person, you can, but the people who have the strongest presence and usually the strongest spiritual strength will kind of pop in real quick because they like to make contact. So I'm getting grandma, and she's just basically, the reason why they do that is because they want you to know they're still with you, that they do watch you, that they do have concerns for you, that they are there to guide you. And it's good for us to know that. We forget about them. We go through our lives and we just don't think about them. So if you would like for me to focus on somebody specific, I can do that. I'm guessing that this was somebody who passed.
Can you? Do you need the name or?
If I don't do as well with names for some reason, that's never been my strong point. But I basically will tell you who, and I mean, I'm also getting a male presence, and it would be a younger son or brother. I mean, like younger than grandma.
My husband passed. That's who I'm trying to reach.
Oh, so you're trying to get to your husband. Was this pretty recently?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, within the last 5 years.
So, husband didn't come through very, very strongly. I'm getting more of like, okay, so was his mother passed?
His mother? No.
Your husband's mother? She's still with us?
She's still here, yeah.
Because I'm getting that the grandmother may have been his grandma, and that he's with her. So sometimes these things come in and they don't make perfect sense at first, and then as we go through,
he does have his grandma that he was really close with her. She's passed.
Mm-hmm. So that makes more sense now. Now I got son or brother. I think it's because he is her son. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm feeling the son relationship with his mother, and I'm feeling that they're together and they're very close. So did you know his grandmother?
I did not know.
Okay. Because it's basically a feeling of my grandma has me now. She's, we're together, and she's also watching over you. It's like it's almost like she's mom to him. And maybe that's why I was getting mother too with his grandma, is just if she feels very, very mothering.
Yeah, I think they had a relationship like that she was more of a mother figure to him.
Okay. So that makes more sense, because sometimes people who will come through first are, there's a whole order of things that happen. And then other times when people come through, basically the people who have been passed the longest come through first. That tends to happen a lot. People who have passed more recently tend to not come through as strongly or as often. So sometimes the other family member that has passed prior to the person that you're trying to reach they will help that person come through and relay some messages. It's a little hard to explain, in the amount of time that I have, but usually it's because they're still learning on the other side. They're still initiating into where they are. They're still adjusting, and it takes some time for them to really get used to it. Yeah, that's usually what it's about. So that actually does make a lot of sense. And so what I do is I bounce things off of you, and you help me make sense so that you know that this is what's accurate, and then it makes more sense to me because I get it in a lot of pictures and symbols, and that's usually how they talk to me because it's telepathy. So is there a specific question you have, or something that's been on your mind about him, or is there a specific question you'd like me to ask?
Yeah, I just wonder, if he went in a pretty rough way. I just wondered if he's okay, and if he's advancing. And a couple of our kids are having a hard time with life, so I just want to know if he's there for them. And my daughter, I'm hoping she finds someone that she can connect with. She has a hard time finding my oldest daughter, and I'm just wondering when she's going to find the right one and be able to start her life.
Right. I really do feel that he has a strong presence. He is definitely doing his work. It's going to be about another 5 years around that before he can really start doing more of the work where he's connecting with your kids more and with you. Sometimes it just takes them different amounts of time here on the earth. It's very different there. The time frame is very different there compared to here. So
I guess I didn't realize how long it takes.
Yeah. And in the meantime, the way that they talk to us is through symbols. And I'm getting almost like a family crest, or I'm not sure if it's like it looks almost like beer, or like something that you'd see on a really nice liqueur bottle or something. It's kind of like silver. It's kind of hard to explain, but I feel like he's coming through with a sign, a symbol, and I'm not exactly sure what it would be called. Is it almost like a family crest, or is there something that he liked?
He was cremated, and me and our 4 children have silver crosses that we wear.
That's it, because it's very silver, and it looks like it looked to me like one of those old medieval crosses to me. For some reason, that's how it came through. So he's just basically telling you he knows you guys have those, and he's acknowledging that he can still see you. He's still there. And the message that I'm getting, and I'm getting goosebumps, so I know this is like super strong coming through. The message that I'm getting from him is that he wants you and the kids to know that life is meant to really test us, and that those trials, it's like he's saying, wow, I had it really hard sometimes in this life, here on the earth, and that he's saying, that's why he kind of went when he did, because it was like he was done, and he didn't have a whole lot left in him. Yeah. It was his due time to go. And with the kids, his biggest message for them and for you is that life isn't meant to be really easy. We're supposed to have these really difficult trials that we go through, and that it's something we have to accept, that this is hard, and that it isn't always, exactly the way we had hoped, and usually that turns out for the better.
Yeah.
These things are going to strengthen.
Yeah, he had a super hard life, and I think me and the kids was probably the best thing that he had out of it.
Mm-hmm. I would say that's correct. He's doing a lot of work over there. From a young age, I feel like he had gone through trials, and so there were just a few things that he was still playing catch up on with his spiritual growth. And what he's doing now is, with the time that he has in the spirit world, he's really utilizing his time and being given the opportunity through his guides, angels, and the higher ascended masters, the ascended masters that he works with, to develop and grow these skill sets spiritually. And that's really why he doesn't have a whole lot of earth time to be like bouncing back and forth, but he does want you to know that when you see those silver crosses, that he's with you. He is absolutely aware of you. He feels your emotion. He understands your sadness. And that's really like what I want to get across to you right now, is that he really acknowledges your sadness. And it feels very deep to me. I understand, you know, how much he meant to you, feeling it. And he's acknowledging you for that. And he's saying, like, it's not, you know, this life is very, very brief. And if you can just, you know, try your best to look at all of the good things that he left you with and all of the good times that you guys had together, that you're going to be able to get through the grieving process easier. And he's saying, go ahead and talk to him. Like when you're feeling lonely or whatever, he can hear you. You can talk to him in your mind. You can talk to him out loud, you know, when nobody's there. It's, you know, it's very personal, but he's listening and he's still there. You can talk to him.
Yeah. I do talk to him, and I get frustrated with it. And my grieving has been hard. It's been off and on. I tried to learn, and I watch mediums and I watch all shows, and I'm trying to heal myself from it, but it's extremely hard.
Well, he's with you. He understands. He feels everything you feel. He knows the depth of it. He's there. He not only can see.
I don't want to make him sad. And I feel
you're not making him sad. He is watching you go through this process of grief, and he knows it's like what he was saying before. He knows how it hurts. He can feel what you feel now, and that's okay. He can handle it. He's okay. But he wants you to try to start remembering all the good things about him, because nobody wants to leave this earth with you feeling sad every time you think of them. You know, they want you to feel happy every time you think of them. They want you to remember all the great things, all the good moments, and to remember those things. And go ahead and let that grief play through. You know, that's important work to do, and that will strengthen you spiritually, and it will strengthen you in being able to build empathy and grow your empathy and earn it, and just really be able to help others who are maybe in the same situation. You know, I'm sure that you've had a lot of people say some things that, you know, after he passed, that didn't resonate very well with you. And so what it does is it teaches us what to say, how to support others, how to really support our clan, our community. It makes you a better person. And I'm just, you know, what I would like you to kind of move away from is being lost in the sad part of it, because that can be a cycle that will continue if it's not processed with the grief properly.
Yeah.
And your children, you know, they're going to work through it the way that they are going to. They're all going to do it differently. And your oldest daughter has her own way to grieve and to act out. I know she's probably acting out some, you know, it's normal. Yeah. It's natural. This is all part of that process. So I want you to normalize what's happening right now. You know, this is what people go through when they lose something.
Try to breathe and get through it.
Yeah, I understand. I've experienced grief, and I understand.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for calling in. If you'd like to continue, or you'd like to reach me again for more, you can always contact me. My website is AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com, and I'm on Facebook at Anna Olson Intuitive. And you can always reach out to me again. I'd love to do another reading for you, or for one of your kids. I'm always here to help.
Sure. That's what I was wondering, because the more that I learn, it seems like my emotions are getting so strong with people, like when I'm around people more, or because I'm more of a shut-in. I like being alone, and I guess the more I learn and the more I try to connect, I mean, what is that? Is that just has to do with my spiritual growth?
Yeah, that's normal. I mean, it's just as we age, when you reach certain ages in your chronological age, you are more ready for new spiritual growth and transition. So that is extremely normal. You're doing, great work. Actually, I think it's really about getting in all of your resources that you resonate with. If that's church, you resonate with that, great. If it's, mediums, you resonate with that, perfect. It's whatever you resonate the most with.
Okay.
And absolutely reach out to me if you need me again. I'm happy to help. I'm happy to connect with you again.
Okay, thank you so much, man.
Thank you. Have a wonderful night. I'm so glad you got through.
Yeah, me too.
Have a good night. So next we have Melissa. And Melissa is going to get a free reading tonight with me. Melissa, are you there?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Anna. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
And where are you from?
I'm from Bunbury in Western Australia.
Oh, wonderful. An Australian. Oh, fun. What can I focus on tonight for you? What can I do for your reading tonight?
Just a general reading would be great. Just what life's got to throw at me would be good to hear.
Wonderful. Do you like tarot cards?
Pardon me?
Do you like, would you like me to use some tarot cards? Would you like just a general reading with mediumship? How would you like to do the reading tonight?
I have no idea. Mediumship would be good. Yeah, just whatever comes to you.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. So do you have any specific topic you'd like me to focus on, or just tell you what comes through?
Just whatever comes through.
All right. First of all, I'm getting, do you live near a river, or do you like the water? I'm just basically seeing a river and there's like brush around it, like bushes, and I don't know if it's camping or something happened in a river. Or body of water. Does it ring a bell?
I live near the beach. I live near the beach.
You live near the beach. Yeah, I was kind of seeing those kind of plants around a body of water and like the dirt. I couldn't tell if it was sand or what, but I'm getting that there's a body of water. And then do you resonate very closely with the water? Do you need to be around the water or the beach?
Yeah, I love the beach.
Okay.
I really love
because
the beach. Yeah.
I feel like that's your therapy. And I also am getting that part of that is that there's the elements that help you kind of detox. So your body detoxes in that element energetically.
Yeah.
And
takes away the stress.
Yes. And, I also feel like it's a toxicity that it pulls out, and maybe it's the salt, maybe it's the air, and, it's just all the elements together. I feel like it actually physically detoxes you, which is really interesting that I'm getting all this. I'm just getting that, like, your body really needs that detox. And, are you aware of any condition where you have trouble detoxing your system physically?
Not really. I haven't been well lately, so I probably do need to go for a visit to the beach. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like your body really is drawn towards those elements, and also sauna. I feel like you need a sauna. If you're having those health issues right now, go to the beach, get out in nature, get into the salt water, put your fingers and your toes in the sand. A sauna would be great, kind of sweat it out, because I do see that there's something in your genetic makeup that is making it difficult for you to regularly detox.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So I'm seeing that first. And then I'm seeing red hair, and it's kind of done up real pretty, like kind of high and hairsprayed. I'm not sure if that rings a bell for you, but that's what I'm getting.
A red head?
Yeah, red hair, and it's kind of styled up real, kind of elaborately.
I think my mum used to have her hair like that in the 60s and the 70s.
Ah.
She had red hair when she was younger, yeah.
Did she wear kind of like a lot of pretty makeup, kind of heavier makeup?
No, she didn't.
No?
She was never a makeup lady, no.
Huh. Because I was kind of getting like a nice, maybe it was the 60s because I got a nice thick eyeliner. To me, that's kind of a lot of makeup. Maybe it wouldn't be to somebody else, but has she passed?
My birth mother has, yeah.
Okay. So we're talking about your birth mother?
Oh, no. I was thinking that my mother that just raised me, she used to have like red hair and that in the 70s. Yeah?
So,
and used to like wear it in a beehive.
Okay. So we have both of your mother figures coming through. We have birth mother who's passed, and we have her showing me your mother who has raised you. And I'm getting a lot of love coming through from your birth mother. Like I'm just feeling like there is a ton of love coming through. I only have 90 seconds left, but I want to just give you the message first that there's so much love, and every decision she made for you was out of love. And I'm basically getting the message that she needed you to know that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I'm running out of time right now. You can always reach me. Again, you can reach me on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. And I am also on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. And if you want to continue the reading later, or if you want any other services from me, absolutely give me a call or let me know. You can message me, email me, whatever you need to do.
All right, thanks, Anna.
Thank you so much. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, I wish I really had more airtime with her because I was getting really intrigued by the mother figures coming through, and I love these adoptive situations. So I really like to delve into that more, but that's my time for tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight, and I will see you next week here on A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host of Insights into Consciousness. If you'd like to reach me, again, my website's AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. Thanks so much and have a great night.
Hello everyone. Wow, what a great introduction. thank you so much for all of those people out there watching me. You don't know me yet, so I thought I'd use today's program to introduce myself. My name's Yvonne. A lot of people know me as Yvonne Denise, and of course as the Aussie Goddess, which is my business name. I've been reading cards for many years, since I was probably in my late teens to early 20s. I started really picking up the deck and really understanding what my gift was and how I was connected to spirit. As a child, I did see a lot of apparitions, ghosts, spirits, whatever you'd like to call them, but unfortunately I was in a family that thought I was a little crazy, and I ended up at the psychiatrist to have a look at what was wrong with me. So I put my gift down for many years and started following what I would call the logical, sensical part of myself. And then probably about 25 years ago, I started picking up the cards really seriously then and doing readings for other people. Up until then, I'd been doing readings for myself and for my family and for friends who I was close to, but now I operate as a business. So I have my own YouTube channel at The Aussie Goddess. I am on all of the social media platforms such as Twitter, LinkedIn. I'm on Facebook. I have a Facebook page at The Aussie Goddess, and of course my own website at www.theaussiegoddess.com. And I do fairs. I travel. I visit people. I do readings from home. So I have a lot of other things I do as well. I really love what I do. So I thought today would be a great day to do a reading online so that you can experience what I do. I thought that I would do a bit of a reading for you online so you could see how I read. I can read intuitively. I do get the message direct from spirit. I am a medium, but sometimes it's nice to look at the cards just to sort of break the ice and get a bit of an idea of what's going on in the world today. So on my YouTube channel, I do a daily read, a What's Cracking read, which is pretty superb. I have a lot of people who enjoy those readings and miss me when I'm not around, which is a little bit nice for the ego. So let's have a look what's going on in the universe today, and we'll have a little bit of a look inside. Okay, so now I have the Two of Wands coming out first. So it looks as though you've got a bit of a choice on what path to choose. The Two of Wands is a card that comes up when the universe is giving us a different direction to go in. So for many of you today, you're experiencing some sort of choice in your world. Could be choice of partner, could be choice of job, could be a choice of what direction to take. Now, behind that, I have the Ten of Pentacles, which is a beautiful card to get. So the Ten of Pentacles is a card of abundance. So one of these directions here, and it's never the wrong direction. I don't believe in right and wrong. I only believe in experience. So one of these directions here is right for you, and you know which one to pick. So whatever direction you choose to go in, it's going to bring you in abundance. Again, with the Two of Swords, so there is a lot of choice here today on which way to go. So maybe in order to move forward on one path, you have to cut out something else. Okay, so it could be a matter of moving in one direction, which may bring in, a job that has more money, for example. But in order to do that, you may have to leave behind a job that maybe would have meant more to you if you had picked that direction. So it may be a choice of head over heart. It could be a choice of more money over more benefits from the job. Behind that, we have the Hanged Man. So I think the universe here is saying before you make this decision, you make sure that you're looking at things in all different directions. Don't stick with just the direction that's true to you. Open your mind, open your heart, and look at every opportunity, every way you can go here to decide whether that direction is right for you. It's sometimes with the Hanged Man, it's a matter of, looking at things that perhaps you haven't looked at before. So, maybe the distance you have to travel, but looking at all the different options and opportunities here. And for some of you, we do have the Death card behind. So this is talking about letting go of all of the things that have held you back in the past in order to move forward. Now, I know at the moment the universe is working to bring in a lot of changes for us. The universe is through the Scorpio moon is allowing us to give up things that no longer serve our greater good. So for you, this might be a matter of moving towards a direction of a career or a life that you've always wanted, and not particularly just sitting in one direction. This is about the Fool. This is about taking a leap of faith. It's about opening your heart to new things. It's about engaging with new people and understanding your own value in the world, understanding how much you mean to the world. So let's have a look closer at what this all means. So we do have the Eight of Cups coming out here. So we're walking away from things that no longer serve us. So this is, maybe people, situations, things that no longer serve the direction you're going in. So it's being able to say, well, what do I really want in my heart? What do I want? What's going to serve me best, rather than just continuing where you are and having a life that isn't so fruitful for you. And then we have the Judgment card. So the Judgment card talks of rebirth, of being able to bring in the opportunities that are right for you, not sort of putting up with things you don't want to have. It's like the birthing of the phoenix. It's really getting out there and being true to who you were meant to be, living in your true self. Five of Pentacles coming out here. So it could be that you've spent a long time serving others. It could be that you've had people around you that really didn't love and respect you for who you were. So maybe you haven't been able to follow your dreams up until now. Maybe you've been a little bit stuck, a little bit down, not understanding why you couldn't move forward. Sometimes with the Five of Pentacles, it means the universe has got you in a bit of a holding space. So it's sort of like that feeling of being able to release and let go of that that's holding you back. And then we have the Nine of Swords. So the thing that comes forward here more than anything is your fear of the unknown. So this is about letting go of fear and trusting that the universe has your best intention at heart. With the Nine of Swords, it often talks about, sleepless nights, anxieties, sometimes that depression, that feeling that you don't deserve more. And this is telling me here that you absolutely deserve to have the best life for yourself. So letting go of those fears. And look what's coming in. So we have a brand new passionate start with the Ace of Wands. Now, the Ace of Wands talks about a new time where you're able to release those fears and move in with passion and desire for all that you want. It's a time for new growth, new opportunities, opening the world to what you really want. And then behind that, we have the Ace of Cups. How beautiful to do a reading for you online and have two aces up in your first reading. The Ace of Cups talks of a new start in love. So for some of you, this is loving what you do, loving your passion, loving the work you do, getting on a live television channel and doing what I love doing the best. So this is definitely something you could be that you're considering new love. And in order to move forward, you have to accept that perhaps this love that's being offered to you is right for you. Maybe you've denied yourself that beautiful love for so long. And then we have the Wheel of Fortune. Wow, Spirit is really backing me up on this one today. So the Wheel of Fortune is the card for the universe helping you to move forward. So it could have been, as I said before with this Five of Pentacles, that you've been a little stuck in what you felt you deserved or what was coming to you. Sometimes it's like treading water. It's like feeling bogged down in mud and not being able to make those moves. Sometimes it's about waiting for opportunities to be offered and the universe is just not offering you what you want at that time. But I want to say to you now, the time is ripe. It's absolutely beautiful. And here comes an offer. Now, for some of you, this is definitely an offer of money, of opportunity, of being able to move forward financially as well as from a tangible perspective. So an offer from a Page of Pentacles may only be small. It could be via email or phone, but definitely something being offered to you here that's long-term, fruitful. He does have rather a large pentacle. So we definitely have a good size offer coming in here. It could be from an earth sign. Sometimes these do represent the Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo, but this person's more likely to either own their own business or have an opportunity for you that's going to be lucrative and bringing you what you want. Okay, and then I have the Six of Wands. Wow, this is absolutely beautiful. So the Six of Wands talks about victory. It talks about recognition. It talks about people seeing you. Perhaps if you feel for the first time that people are seeing you for who you truly are. And this is beautiful because it's like you're stepping out into the world and and look at this. Wow. Okay, I can't say any more. That is an amazing reading. So we have the Ace of Pentacles. We have 3 aces in this reading and plus the Wheel of Fortune. So if you've been feeling stuck, life is about to give you a little bit of a push in the right direction. There is definitely a brand new job coming in for some of you. For some of you, it's about love. And for some of you here, this is about your own business, being able to move in the direction of what you want in terms of your own business. It's just a beautiful reading. I can't even say how lovely this is. So for everybody that's listening today, there is something about to open up to you. And it feels to me like a lot of you have done, work on yourself. Perhaps some of you are in, esoteric arts yourself. Maybe you read cards, sell candles, use incense. There's a great feeling here that something wondrous is about to open up to you and give you an opportunity to move forward. What a wonderful reading to get. So when I look back at what I call the mini reads, so the cards I look back in the beginning, I always go over these when I do a reading online or a personal reading because this is sort of a mini read of what is coming. So I know now that this opportunity to move in this direction here is being offered to you. As I said at the beginning, it definitely is bringing you in something, whether this is money, an opportunity for love, an opportunity for a brand new start. The Ace of Wands is a wonderful sign of passion and moving forward. We do have obviously a decision to make on how to move forward with that, but that's okay. Sometimes that means cutting things out in order to move forward. You may have to release people, situations, or whatever. The Hanged Man is the universe asking you just to make sure you've looked at this for every direction and made sure it's the right thing for you. Not the right thing because it puts more money in your pocket, not the right thing because it pleases anybody else around you. It's about looking at what do you want from the bottom of your heart. Is this what you want? Is this your passion? Is this what you desire? Because we do have the Death card here. So the Death card talks of transformation. And this could be you just moving in a very different direction and taking on something new here. So very beautiful reading to do online for the first time. So I'm pretty happy that Spirit's given me something good to tell you all. And that's sort of the way I do the readings on YouTube every day, just to give it a bit of an insight to the general energies of the day, what's going on. We just pick up on generally what's around us. Sometimes that doesn't resonate with everybody. Again, the only way to really find out what's right for you is by having a personal reading. So I'm just going to draw a card from the Oracle deck and we'll talk that one through as well. So that one wanted to come out straight away. So I have the card of compassion here. Now the decks I'm using, if anybody wants to know what decks I'm using, I am using the, oh goodness gracious, I haven't got the thing in front of me to show you. The Power of Love. The Power of Love Tarot this is from, and I think it's James Van Proud deck. So, and the one that's come out is Compassion. So I think this is really relevant for today because being compassionate about everything, your love, your heart, other people. It talks about you demonstrate the language of the heart by actively sharing and living love. Now, that doesn't always mean giving everything at the risk of not taking for yourself. Some people believe that if you invest everything in others, then that's the way to go. But I say, don't do that. You always make sure that you're investing in the right direction. It can be unconditional. If you have children, of course, your love is unconditional. But if you do that and give to others without expecting something in return, even gratitude, that isn't always the healthiest way to live your life. You deserve love as well. So make sure that you are getting back what you're putting in. And that's the value of give and take right there. And for many of you, I read for a lot of people online. I do read for a lot of people who have been through, relationship situations where they've been taken advantage of. We talk the journey of narcissism. We talk the journey of, not everybody around you having your personal value respected and loved the way you should be. I'm a great advocate for helping people to understand self-love and their own personal journey, because a lot of people are brought into the world working like they should always consider other people, and it's not always about that. It's always about you loving yourself first, so you have your cup full enough to share with others. So I work with a lot of people to help them on their journey. I work through with people in a life coaching respect. I am a qualified certified life coach, so I have that as well. At a personal level, I'm a grandmother of 7 and a great grandmother of 1. So I have three beautiful children who all have just beautiful children of their own. In my personal life, I've worked in the welfare sector. I've been a light worker for many, many years, on top of doing the spiritual work. And I've been lucky enough to understand the journey of spirituality, working with others to bring them in their best possible lives as well. So I understand the journey of narcissism. I understand the journey of abuse. I can relate to many of the things that other people have been through on this journey. And I work with absolute honesty from the bottom of my heart. So I have 4 minutes left to make sure I get across my point. So what I want to do going forward is I would sometimes do readings for other people. I will do readings for the general energies and give you back the general energies of what's in the universe. I will bring you messages from the universe. I get the message direct from spirit, so sometimes I'll be able to offer you very direct messages from spirit. Sometimes I'm lucky that the universe may give me personal messages for you. I don't offer free readings. You can check me out at YouTube, The Aussie Goddess, Facebook, The Aussie Goddess. I'm happy for you to join my pages, watch what I do. I'm also happy if you want something in particular to be talked about on the channel for you to give me feedback on what you'd like to hear about. And in future, I will, as I said, try and do a range of things. I want to really explore this channel. It's been a dream of mine to really do the work that I do more fully and more openly with all of you. I love working with people. I have a tremendous passion for humanity and improving the lives of others in whatever way I possibly can. So let's build our community, and let me know if there's a particular thing you want to talk about or you want me to sort of broach on the channel. I have a love of all of the arts, but I'm not knowledgeable in everything, but I'm happy to share with you whatever I have. If you'd like to do even meditations online, I can take you through a meditation. So let me know what you want. If you require readings, I know you can have readings through the channel, so just let me know and I'll let you know how to register your interest through the channel. And we will move forward trying to keep a broad variety of what we do from week to week, and I'm open to almost everything. As much as I can help or as much as I can show you or share with you, I will be more than happy to do that. So please go and have a look at my YouTube channel. Please, by all means, email me if you'd like any more information, if you'd like to offer some feedback, if you think that, a particular subject is relevant and you'd like to hear more about that. And from the next time I'm on, which of course is next Wednesday, I will be taking a live caller for each time I'm on to sort of share with you how that spirit works through me, and I have 1 minute. It's like I want to say a whole lot here, and I don't know where to start. So I want to say much love to you all. I am so happy you've joined me here. I'm sure I have some people who've been great followers from, some of the other mediums I work from. And I will be back with you next Wednesday and sharing with you whatever I can share with you. So if I don't hear from anybody, I will do a reading, and I will read for one of you online as well. So please open your heart to love every time like it was the first time, and thank you so much for joining me on my channel today. Much love. Mwah.
Hello followers, and hello students. This is Fiona, Persian medium. I am Power. Another night, another amazing time, and of course, A1R Radio Network. So before I take any callers, would love to share a couple of my experience when it comes to I don't know if I can, I don't think so you can, I wouldn't suggest you to go for that. Oh, my experience is about that when I tried, really I couldn't succeed, so maybe you shouldn't. So there's tons of insecurities, limitations, and also a little bit of I don't know what to do, and can you please help me where I am and what kind of career I should change or found or whatever. So I want to tell you one thing. This is actually my own experience. I wanted you to not listening to anyone. Of course, you should listen to people with experiences and telling you exactly what to do or not to do when it comes to risk and investment and other stuff. But when it comes to you want to change and challenge yourself, and because your neighbor, because your parents, because your sister, because your brother, because your coworker, because your competitions couldn't make it, then maybe I can't do it either. So try to remove that type of feelings and philosophy that because others couldn't, that maybe I can't either. All I wanted you to do is try it, believe it. And it also depends on how much you want that things will be the way as you want and the way as you wish. If you wish big, if you actually offer yourself a best ever timing of life to make yourself the happiest and the greatest and the wealthiest and the healthiest, then you are going to invest on your will. The willpower, the energy that you are going to spend, the feeling that how far you can go is all up to you. No one can tell you what to do or not to do. The only person can approve and tell you if you are going to and you can is you. I wanted you to believe in yourself. I wanted you to trust yourself. I wanted you to be brave and take opportunities, even when you feel or felt that others told it's not going to happen. So, the most amazing time in my life was when people told me I can't, and I proved that I can. So I know you're going to enjoy that timing as well, when people telling you, you can't, don't even go there, and then you show that you can. And you can, of course, go there and be the one that you want. So There is also another thing that I would love to exchange with you guys is about the matter of timing. So sometimes we just like not in the right time. Kind of like if I thought like 2 years ago, maybe I couldn't even actually go there or try that type of things. Now I'm more mature. I know exactly what I want. I know my willpower. I know what kind of circumstances, opportunities, and other things I have. So it depends on what you want and how you want and how badly you want, and also timing. You can get what you want. So as I always say to my students and also to my clients, there is no impossibility. There is no impossible. Everything is possible. So we do not have any village of impossibility. We have a village of possibilities. So everything is possible. Just try it at least one time, and don't listen to those people who send negative energies and knows already that they would never ever try it because they are lazy, because they are not brave enough, because they do not invest in their life. So back to the studio, and now I have Sarah. Hello, Sarah. How are you doing? From California. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Good. Sweetheart, welcome to A1R and welcome to Fiona's show. So it was so pleasure to talk to you, Sarah. Before I start my show and my reading for you, gorgeous, I need to know about your date of birth, and also I need to know what you have in your beautiful mind and what I can do for you tonight. Go ahead, sweetheart.
My birthday is September 29th, 1980.
Okay.
And in my mind is a lot of confusion.
Okay.
On
I see that.
Where my journey in life is supposed to be.
Okay. And Sarah, my love. I want to ask you two questions. The first question, the first things that I can see in the Pentagon is about something that related to money and finance, which actually making you to feel very kind of discomfort, not happy, a little bit mad, upset, lots of I didn't know exactly what to do. I didn't know where to go, and kind of blaming others. So I wanted you to first remove one thing immediate with me right now tonight. Stop blaming others, okay? I understand that people having a very strong impact in our life, especially when we talking about money and finance, because sometimes negative people can change our life completely to the nastiest way. Sometimes one positive person can change our life to the best ever way. But whatsoever and wherever you are today, I wanted you to change this type of the feelings and connection that, oh, if I did not listen to that person, if I wasn't really in that matter or that place, maybe I could be better now. So, done is done. Life, it's moving forward. Every day is a new day. Every minute of our life is a new minute and every second actually of our life. Every single actually second that we're just breathing is absolutely a new and fresh life. All I wanted you to do when it comes to blame, stop blaming others, because when you blame others, or especially blame yourself, because if you just could make that decision at that time, if you could just say yes to that or no to that, so maybe you just could be better right now or just like being in a better place. So all I wanted you to just drop the anxieties out, drop the stress, and drop the craziness of if and maybe and if or maybe or should. Just let it go of all those words, okay? All I wanted you to do to connect yourself with money, and also, as you know, that money is energies. Energies is everywhere. It's just going back and forth. It's just starting somewhere. So that's what I wanted you to completely feel and sense and connect to that energies right now. And don't worry about future when it comes to, am I going to be, feel good? Am I going to have wealthy enough? Or am I going to have enough money in my account? Am I going to have the job that I want? Just stop asking. Now it's time for you to show action. Okay, Sarah? So this is very important, because I think the one block that is standing in front of your way and trying to not allow you to moving forward is about blocking your own energies to just say yes to life yes to happiness, yes to wealth, yes to health, it's just because you're still afraid, you are kind of like confused and not know exactly what to do and where to go. So stop whatsoever had happened in the past. Past is past. Just to, yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Tonight is tonight. Last night was last night. Whatsoever you couldn't do last night, you can do it tonight. Okay? So first step, you forget about what happened last night. You stop blaming yourself and stop blaming others. And what you need to do right now is just stand up and just tell to yourself that exactly what you want to be, where you want to go, and exactly what is your goals and desires is. That is exactly what I wanted you to write it down somewhere, to make yourself to understand exactly what you want of your life. Okay? That's the one thing.
Okay.
Then, Sarah, I come another things about, I see that you are confused about kind of moving. I see the moving. I don't know if it's the moving place to place or is it the moving to some other state. It's something that you want to change completely just because you want to refresh yourself doing something. Well, if you have anything that will changing your life from A to Z, like tomorrow, if you really feel that if you are changing that place, changing that house, changing that department, changing that anything that has to do with change and challenge, I wanted you to do it tomorrow, or at least thinking about it, because this is what I can see. It will open all doors to your happiness. Now, Sarah, there is two things that actually come to the right side of your pentagon. It's telling me about emotion and also feeling very down, depressed, and not happy. No desire of continuing, no desire to feel good. Now, Sarah, tell me what makes you to go there, what makes you to feel this way, and why you are so confused about your emotional feelings.
I've been going through, I've been divorced now for 3 years, and the confusion of am I where I'm at, where am I at where I'm supposed to be in life? And I actually am putting my house on the market tomorrow because I struggle with the emotional attachment that the energy the house brings from my marriage. And this is where I started my marriage. We raised our kids, but then it's also the place where my marriage ended as well. And so I've had a lot of confusion with that part of making choices, and then as well as not being able to let go of the emotions of bitterness and I don't want to use hate, but the dissatisfaction from the place of where my marriage ended, and that I can't move forward from that. I'm still in I have a lot of negative energy towards him, and it affects our day-to-day lives, and we have children involved. So
I understand.
That makes it really hard.
Sarah, I understand that. I understand you completely, baby, and I understand that is not something, I mean, when people says, oh my God, don't worry about that, everything is going to be all right, hon. And, you should not be worried about it. You're going to forget about it. So it's just not going to happen for one night. And I have to tell you, whatsoever had happened in between you both and what he did to you, that making you to feel that hateful and, down in every areas of your life right now, maybe is not really forgivable, but at the same time, what you need to do, maybe it's kind of not time for you to forgive him right now, especially even your guys have children, it doesn't matter, but you have to get over it. And sometimes we get over things with time. We can't get over just like that. We can't just, especially when you are too emotional, when you actually give away 100% of your life and your heart, when you try to do everything that goes from your power to make this man be the happiest and the healthiest and the wealthiest and the whatsoever in the earth, and instead that you get something back, you just like gain some nasty feelings and kind of like destroy your even own insecurities, or better say confident and everything. I understand you completely, Sarah. That's why my recommendation to you is stop even thinking about that. I have to forgive him. I have to move on. I have to let it go, because you can't forgive someone that you hate so much. You need time. Time will make you to feel that you can moving forward. Maybe sometimes you need about 6 months or 1 year. Maybe you need another 3 years. Maybe you need the 4 years. The only things that you should not forget is about that you are the mom, and you have to be a mom. Your role as a mom will never change, okay? Your name is mom. So as a mom, you will do everything what goes from your power to benefit your children, okay? No matter what. But you still can hate the man that you've been together. You still can hate the man that you have children with. That's perfectly fine. But when it comes to children, you have to always see what's going to be the best for them. If I'm going to cooperate with him now for just like 4 minutes of text messages, or maybe just hearing just the voice, just like exactly what he gonna says about our son or about our daughter or whatever it is, it's okay. I can do it just for my kids. So try to stay away from him, because I can see that you are guys having so much energy involved. I can see that there is so much memories involved. For you, it's not easy to say goodbye and say let it go. It's very hard. I understand you have good memories, you have bad memories, you have also memories that you don't even want to remember anymore. But now it's time for you to just let time came in the middle of you and him, and all the pain that he caused you, to let you moving forward to your own life, okay? So don't force yourself that I have to forgive him, I have to forget, I have to let it go, because when you force yourself and when you are not happy with that force, when you are not ready with that force, instead that you feel relief, you get stress, you get an interest, you get an anxiety, and it's going to be more hate came actually to your mind and your body. So all you need to do is just stop telling yourself that you have to do it because of that. All you need to just force yourself about it is about your children, and your name is mom, and that's it. Anything that related to him, about him, kind of, creating around him, whatsoever has to do with him, just you need to let it go. Just don't think about it. Don't force yourself, and just stay calm the way that you are, Sarah. And I wanted you to sell this house. Remember when I told you, any change and challenge that I see and I feel for you, moving forward, moving from the place to other places, it's good for you, okay? Even you feel that you have lots of, emotional attachment, but let go of those emotional attachment, because the one things that you remember, tomorrow is a new day. Next week is going to be the new week. Next month is going to be the new month, and next year is going to be the new year. And how do you know that you're not going to be in the place that somehow you just say, thank God that you gave me these opportunities to let go of this man of my life, because now I found the real one. Now I'm the happiest mom and happiest woman in the earth, because now I know exactly who I am with today and what I can do for my life. I know that right now it's kind of impossible for you to just even think about it, that am I going to be happy again? Am I going to trust any man again? Am I going to be, the woman that I want? Yes, my answer to you, both emotionally, psychically, and whatsoever we can name on, Sarah, is about yes, you can. Yes, you are going to see the man that you want to be with. Yes, you are going to be proud about your, actually, whatsoever you are choosing between. So that's why I'm telling you. All I wanted you to do, Sarah, first, don't force yourself to forgive him and move on. Just let it go. When we're talking about him and whatsoever you are guys having in between you and him, just try to feel that he never exists and he died for you and is gone, okay? The only person that you are thinking is your children, or persons is your children, and you are the mom, and that's it. You need to get rid of every single memories that you have together with your children and others. That's all I wanted you to do. Let go of your past. Let go of your feelings. Let go of things that making you to feel miserable. Not about him, about you. I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about him. Now, and every single minute that you are thinking about what he did to you, just distract yourself. If you just listening to your heart again and feel about oh my God, my heart bleeding when I just feel and sense exactly what he said to me, what he did to me, what I did, you can change anything. You can go back. That's why you need to moving forward just for yourself, not for him. And you do need to forgive him right now, but with time, you are going to heal and forgive. That's why my recommendation to you is you are focusing on yourself first. you are thinking about yourself first. You're very big in Sarah. You need to change and challenge yourself to the new position of life. You are going to jump from the old circle to the new circle. Then close your eyes, jump, and says, now I am jumping because I want to have a better life. I want to feel healthier. I want to actually receive respect. I don't want to be just a giver because I'm getting tired to be just a giver. I need to do everything what goes from my power to tell everybody I am worth it enough to be a woman in somebody's life that could just tell me every single morning and say I love you for who you are and I respect you for who you are, not someone that trying to, with the narcissistic and crazy personality, make me to feel down. So indeed, I wanted you to do it for tonight, and I wanted you to stay away from all the confusion that you have tonight. My advice is get rid of all your past, everything and anything. It will, like one spoon that you just remind yourself about him. Anything that reminds you about him, I wanted you to get rid of it. Okay? So don't be attached by the house. Don't feel that you have to stay. Just let it go. It's time for you to heal, and you are not going to heal if you still stay with those memories. The beauty of memories of things is about your children, that they burn there, they just like grow then and all this stuff. Other than that, I wanted you to not remind yourself about anything. That's all I wanted you to do, Sarah. Do you think that you are able to do?
Yes, it took me 3 years, but I finally made the choice to have the agent come tomorrow to list the house for sale.
Awesome. I promise you, Sarah, when you selling the house, kind of like you just signing and just say goodbye to that, I promise you, the day that you are signing, the day that you are just taking all your stuff out, you are going to feel so much relief that you can't even imagine. That's why. Don't let any type of attachment, emotional attachment, stop you to succeed. Stop you to be the one that you always wanted to be. Don't let those attachments making us or making you to feel down and worried about future. Because your future is shining together with your kids. Without him, not with him. You should be happy that you really get rid of this man from your life. I don't know how you could deal with the narcissist man. I don't even understand how you could even deal with it. But I have to say congratulations, because you did great. But it's time for you to move on, because your body and your brain needs rest. And find a better way to communicate with yourself and with the world. And you know you have a purpose that you came to this life. That's why choose that purpose. And stop bugging yourself. Stop having crazy attachment to something that is not really worth it anymore. Life is changing every day, every single minute and moment. You need to follow. Other than that, life will follow you. And that may not going to make you to feel good. You need to follow life, because when you follow life, you change your destiny by your own decision. But when you letting life follow you, the life will give you the most painful experience that you ever thought and imagined for. So follow life, that you at least have a choice to choose in between. You got it, baby?
Yep.
I'm proud of you because you stand for your children. I'm proud of you because even when you was depressed, you could do everything that goes from your power to bring happiness and love to your family. Even you felt that there is no way that you could even do it, but I'm very proud of you. You make it. You did that. Be proud of yourself and congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
And one is you. You and your children. Sarah as a woman, and Sarah as a mom. And Sarah as somebody that's going to be in some other person's life that indeed needs Sarah and understands Sarah the way that she wants and value Sarah's energies, beauty, and smart, and everything and anything that belongs to Sarah. Not the one that not knowing exactly who you are. The man that you've been with, he doesn't know you at all. And I think God helped you to open your eyes and change him immediate, or better say, God or universe wanted you to just jump from the old circle to the new circle to be happiest. That's what I wanted you, Sarah, to continue your goal and your path without him, but together with your kids, and enjoy your life every single second and moment. Try to take your day, try to take your time day by day. Take yourself day by day. Don't think about what's going to happen to me and my children in about 10 years. What's going to happen to us about 5 years. Day by day. Day by day. That's all. So now I have 90 seconds, my love. So for private information, you guys can go to PersianMedium.com, A1R Network, and also AvidAdvice.com. Wish you guys the best. And remember, tomorrow is a new day. And every day, we became as a new person. You can do it. And I know Sarah can as well. Have a great one, and bye.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona, Persian Medium I Am Power, and you are guys listening to A1R, and of course, tonight is Avid Advice Show. I received a lot of calls and also emails that how Avid Advice work and what we can do to get connected with you. It's very easy. You sign up and you became as a client member, and then starting call or chat as you wish. Our psychics or medium, they are certificate, and they are very qualified, and they have a lot of beautiful, good experience. So, and they are always around 24 hours and 7 days to give you guys the best service as you guys wish. So let's say a couple of you guys ask me like, okay, when I call, how long I should wait that my call, connect to you immediately. So let's say that you're calling right away and you put the credit card on, you are choosing how many hours, how many minutes you want to call and communicate, and then directly call button or chat button. You connect directly to your advisor. It's easy, simple, and I know that many of you guys that can't really come to California and see me face to face would love to continue and talk to me on the phone. So then I am available on avidadvice.com. And I had some questions in regard feelings, healings, and how we should combine those things together. Healings means that you heal something that not really making you to feel yourself anymore. When you're starting to feel that I need some healing, or I need that someone talk to me, connect with me, or work in my body, because somewhere in my body is not really feeling good. I have pain. I'm in pain, emotionally, physically. That means that your body and your mind gave you the signal to say, I need healings. Many of us would love to heal ourselves by your own power, but somehow we can't. So that's why you need someone else to try to talk to you, communicate with you, touch you, and using some power of energies to heal you. So feel good, connect with yourself, and make things happen. So if you guys need any healings, face-to-face meeting, please email me at persianmedium@gmail.com, and I would love to see you guys and see what I can do to remove all emotional pain, physical pain, and any pain that you would love to have healing for. So back to studio, and you are guys listening to Avid Advice Show, and I have Tamika. Hello, Tamika. How are you doing from Michigan? How are you, darling?
I'm good.
Awesome, honey. Okay, Tamika, give me your date of birth, my love, and then tell me what you have in your beautiful mind, what you want to know of your moment, and let me just look up and see exactly what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. July 15th, 1987.
Okay. Okay, tell me about your feelings, your type, and your question right away, because your pentagon is just became so open right now. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay, I just wondering about my to find the right person.
I couldn't barely hear you. Can you say it again?
Okay, I was wondering if I married the right person.
Okay, you want to find the right person. So let me tell you about a couple of things that I can see in here. The first things that I can see, Tamika, is that you've been confused in the past a couple of 6 months, or better say 9 months, because it's telling me about less than a year. And you don't know exactly where to go, because I see that you've been around people who wasn't really the right people. No matter what, around actually the August 23rd, August 28th of this year, you are going to have someone around that you definitely going to feel that there is some sort of connection. At the beginning, you're not going to feel like, he's going to be completely mine or somebody that I would love to be with. But I had to say, after 1 or 2 weeks of dating, you're definitely going to fall for this man. He's not like any other guys that you met before in the past. He's completely different. That's why you are going to fall in love. And there is a connection and feelings around, which I can see will develop around the month of October. And basically, almost around Thanksgiving time, Christmas time, 2018, you're not going to be alone. So that means that you are guys almost together. So this year is really your year to just say goodbye to your single life. But Tamika, just making me to wonder about a couple of things. What did you done as the wrong things in the past of 2 years? Because in the Pentagon shows that a couple of things you did that you shouldn't. You accept a couple of people that you shouldn't, and you knew that you should accept them. And you kind of like block or somehow stop yourself to moving forward. What was the reason, Tamika? What did you done?
In like the last couple of years, I lost a baby in a relationship and entered another relationship.
Okay. Because I did maybe pick up the loss of baby, because you kind of hold yourself back, you close yourself, you've been depressed. I understand you completely. It's not easy to lose the baby, no matter what. But at the same time, you need to move on. You need to move forward. Right now, you are ready for a relationship. But if I'm going to say you are 100% ready, then I lied to you. So what I wanted you to be 100% ready, though, I wanted you to stop living in your past. I wanted you to let go of the pain, which is still continuing to go through your brain back and forth. I wanted you to heal yourself. And it's easy to do by distract yourself with something that you always love and you always wish to have. So go to some places that there is a positive people around. Try to stop talking to people about what happened to you about 3 years ago. And if you see some pregnant woman, if you see some family, like a husband and wife, a little baby, whatever is going to make you to feel uncomfortable and sad, I want you to move on and just not communicate and talk. That's what I wanted to completely stop. Direct yourself and connect yourself
with 2 years ago. If you do, then I would say that yes, you are ready and you are going to get what you want. So that means that your wish will complete. But if you still continue and go back and forth, my love, nothing will happen. So all I wanted you to do for now on, Tamika, I wanted you to stop living in your past, say goodbye, let it go, and make things go to the right directions, which I can see that you can easily do with your power, with your energies, and with a little bit of distraction. And you have also stuck in something that has to do with the career, which I can see that you're trying to do something about it. I can see some changes is coming, which is all good. What is exactly you are thinking to do, Tamika, when it comes to your career? It happened lately.
I'm finishing school.
Okay. Can you get closer or not closer to the microphone because I can barely hear you. I just guessing.
Finishing school.
Okay. You want to change your school?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. That is actually the good decision, and the change your school for you is not going to be bad. And I feel about like it would be actually the new beginning for you. And yes, you have to do. An answer from the Pentagon is yes. Just go for it. So you can go for it, Tamika. But one thing, number one, stop living in your past. Number two, stop thinking about what happened to you when it comes to the loss of the baby. And number three, try to not attract bad boy to yourself because you always want to heal others. It's time for you that someone come to your life and heal you. You got it, baby?
Yes.
Can you hear? Okay, got it. Okay, gorgeous. Do you have any other question?
No, that was it.
Awesome. So thank you so much, Tamika. And for more information, and if you want to have a private reading with me and having more connection, gorgeous, you can go to avidadvice.com, sign up, and you receive your 5 free minutes. And then after, you can communicate with me in a private manner. So back to studio, your guys listening to Avid Advice Show, and I have Georgina from Sydney, Australia. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad, Fiona.
Awesome. How are you, gorgeous?
Sorry?
How are you doing, my love? How's it going? What time is it in Australia?
I'm not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. Weather's good here.
Okay, good. Okay, sweetheart, give me your date of birth first, and then tell me what you have in your beautiful mind and what I can do for you. Go ahead.
Okay, 26/12/68.
Okay, three things come directly in the middle. The first, which is very important part, it was health. Number two, it comes from the changing and challenging or moving position. And number three, is showing me about some signing the contract, doing something, and getting into something serious. So now, tell me what's going on. Shoot your question. I have to open the new Pentagon for you because I have a lot of things around you. Go ahead.
Yep. I'm finding a lot of struggles at the moment. I'm an empath and I work in a dementia unit, and between my work and my family life, I'm struggling, and I think emotionally, I'm shutting down.
Okay.
So I just need to know, because I've always known and felt where I'm going and what I'm doing and if it's right, but right now it's shut completely.
Why you feel that way, my love? Why are you feeling so down? And I see that it's not necessary, but you are really being hard on yourself a lot. You did a lot of stuff that you shouldn't do. So why you are doing yourself? Because the first things that come in the middle of your Pentagon was your health. So you are not in a good condition when it comes to your health because you are stressing yourself a lot. You gave yourself a panic attack, which is not necessary. And you take a lot of things personal. why you care about people, why you are so, I understand it's family, I understand and a lot of things you don't want to hurt, you don't want to even, get connected with those conversations because you feel that it's not fair. But do you think that you can change the situation? Not now. Of course not. So what you can change, you know that you can never ever change people around because they are who they are, and it's kind of very hard to change those people. But what you can do, you can change yourself, the way that you are thinking about them, the way that you respect them, and the way that you communicate with them, or letting them to be in the middle of the circle of your life. So I wanted you to stay away from those that make you to feel nervous, uncomfortable, sad, disappointed, and unhappy. This is your choice, and you can do it easily. And I don't understand why you have to even concern too much about people who may not have any value in your life. You're just hurting yourself, creating more panic. You're letting your body to shut down, and your brain, which is, you're an intelligent, beautiful woman. You know what you want, but now, lately, you can't even think correctly. You can't even use your talent. You don't know even what you want because you're completely lost just because of those couple of people that may not really important. And you gave them so much value. You're just giving them so much value right now with me and you talking. Stop giving them so much value because they are. If you got hurt one time from someone and you feel that this person is just continuing, just move on. As I said, you can never ever change people because it's very hard. They get used to be that position. And as you know, I always says about the giver personality and receiver personality. Many people, it's just having a receiver personality. And it's not just because they want to hurt you, you're just used to it. Then move on. Find someone that actually can be, in your position. So that's why I feel like you need to really change a lot of circumstances, and I think the most important things for you right now, sweetheart, is about that. Change your thought. The way that you see and feel things, the way that you connect with those people, I want you to change it. I want you to challenge yourself. Let it go. Now, I want to ask you something, and I want you to tell me exactly what's bothering you. Right now, at the moment that you are talking to me, what is exactly bothering you? What is exactly making you feel stressful, anxious, uncomfortable, and sad? Just right now. Go ahead.
Probably I can't move on from the past. I just can't let go of a certain probably person, emotionally, not physically, to move on and see better light with my now partner.
Okay. What this person caused you emotionally that you feel that inside you is still bleeding and you can't move on?
I don't know. We were together, and I think it was a struggle to stay together just to understand his illness. And I just haven't let go because we're still friends. I keep friends with everyone. And there's just something about this one that I just can't let go. We're still friends, but I just can't. And I'm trying very hard, and I feel that that's blocking me to allow any new love in.
So let me ask you the question. Why you want to be friends with someone that you feel that you got hurt for? Why you want to choose to still kind of like be a friend and have a conversation and communication?
I don't know. That's my issue now. I don't know at the moment. Everything's in turmoil in my head, in my stomach.
Well, because you stop there, because you feel, because I can even feel and sense you psychically that you have a guilty feelings, and you feel that you have to be around this person no matter what, and you letting this person use and abuse you more than you could think and imagine, as you still continuing and, you know, this person is still continuing to use you. So I wanted you to cut the cord, because you don't need to explain anything to that specific person. You don't need to be around someone that you got hurt already. If something happened to you in the past, and because you did not have any knowledge and you didn't know about that person, well, okay, you got lesson. But if you continue and it happened to you in second time and third times, then you can't see that it's just, I don't know what's happening. It's your fault. So right now, if you continue with this specific person, you're not going to go anywhere. You're just going to hurt yourself more. And remember, the first things on the Pentagon that I opened, just the first words actually that come is health. So if you continue this way, your health is not going to hang in there. So you are going to have problem. That's why I wanted to stop feeling guilty. Stop blaming yourself. And that person, it sounds to be have a master of narcissistic personality to come after you, to try to hurt you and say goodbye, and again come back and manipulate you, and then say goodbye, and then again come back and manipulate you and say goodbye. So let it go. You can't do anything with the narcissist person. No. If you have someone which is narcissist, it's just, I'm sorry, it's just not going to work out. And if this person is not even allow or understand that he or she had that type of the problem, then it's going to be even worse, because you're never going to have any voice. He's never going to allow you to even say something about yourself and about your thought, because it's always, he's right, he's been always correct, and it was always your fault. And no matter what you are fighting, no matter what you are going back and forth, no matter what you are trying to defend yourself, he's going to push you down more and more and more. And at the end, you're going to feel that you did not even have any sort of value as a woman, as a person, as a friend, as someone that you really cared about that specific person. So why are you trying to allow someone using and abuse your emotion? What I can see, you're a talented woman. You're successful. You know so much things. You help a lot of people, because I can see a lot of people around you that always come and ask you for advice. And you gave them the best advice ever when it comes to that position. But when it comes to yourself, you feel and you kind of, you know, stuck and feel hopeless. I mean, come on. It's time to get up, stand up, let it go, and be yourself again.
Yeah.
Do you agree with me?
Yes, 100%. I know. I can see it all, and I do help a lot of people, but it's me always comes last. Yeah.
I understand. Yeah. Painful for you, and I get that. That's what you mean by you may not, and it kind of hard for you to do that. But you know what? You have to. Sometimes we need to cut the cord, because if you are not that, you are going to lose yourself. So all I wanted you to do for tonight, write it down on a little piece of paper and says, from tonight, I'm not going to allow anyone, in that specific person, hurting me, using me, and disvaluing. Because it sounds like this man knows exactly what to do to make you feel guilty, put you in the blame situation, and it's always going to be, come to me, say sorry, and then maybe I will go back to you. You have to break the pattern. And unfortunately, he's not going to change, because he has that problem, and he never ever accepts his problem. So the narcissist is always breaking up, disappear for 3 months, come back again, standing for 2-3 months, breaking up, back, and again, come back. So that's why I always say to my client, if you are dealing with a narcissist man or narcissist woman, just cut the cord. Until this man or woman love to change this personality, get help, and understand exactly what type of problem he or she has. And in your case, my recommendation to you is cut the cord. Let it go.
Yeah.
If it is going to be so hard, if he wants to come, don't answer your phone. Block him completely. Break everything. You can't be a friend with a man that you are in love with, or you can't be a friend with a woman that you are in love with. That's what I'm telling to my students. It's kind of impossible. If you are in love with someone and you couldn't have a relationship and you always had the imagination that you want to marry this person says, no, you are just my friend. Remember that. I'm this, I'm that. So you can't ever feel comfortable with a man or woman that wants to just be your friend, but would love to use and abuse you when she or he wants. So what I wanted you, don't be around a person that you are absolutely fall for, but this person has no feelings and no clue and not knowing exactly what he or she wants. So get out, my love. I have 90 seconds. So for more information, gorgeous, you can go to abbyadvice.com, sign up, have your 5 free minutes, and you can directly call me if you want to have a private reading. And thank you so much for all my audience. Have a great one, and see you next week. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Sorry about that, I was busy running my mouth. Let's see here, let me get situated. Okay, all right, here we are. Hello, I hope everyone had a great week. We are officially in the month of November. We are still in a lot of Scorpio energy, which can bring about a certain intensity and moodiness to situations, especially emotional ones. I am a Scorpio, so I completely am at home in this energy, but you may find yourself and others more moody, emotional, and maybe behaving more intensely than usual. It will be a month mixed with some really wonderful energies, but those are more towards the end of the month. And those have the potentials to they have the potentials to expand love, money, self-esteem, and optimism, while some of the more uncomfortable energies that create drama and stress, those will be sprinkled throughout the month, and more so towards like now, this week or so. And then, yeah, I would say this first part, like the first week, and then the rest of it is a little sprinkling throughout the month here and there. There is a caution with thinking before you speak, since people will be more sensitive. So really be mindful of what you're about to say, right? Sometimes we react emotionally and we blurt things out, and it could come across harshly, or it could come across with a tone. You know, we all love that tone. So really be mindful of that. And you could be overcoming some emotional hurts. There could be clashes with ideas, ideals, or arguments happening over different beliefs. Material gains through spiritual pursuits and some support from others is also going to be coming about. So if you have a spiritual practice and you are actually doing that for a living, like myself, you can see some material abundance coming your way because of that. And since we are still in Mercury retrograde, which is also in Scorpio, yay, you could experience or see issues with your cell phones, computers, the internet, transportation, and maybe some accidents. So really pay attention to what you're doing. Be mindful. Try to be present in the moment. We will also begin to feel the eclipse energy that's happening on December 26th. So you could start to see a cycle of completion with things that began in 2018 happening between now and the middle of 2020. So again, it's stuff that you might have, seeds that you might have planted in 2018. Maybe you start seeing those come to fruition, or they have basically run their course, so they're ending. Same thing with any kind of dramas or challenges that you've been in since 2018. You'll start to feel that energy lift and it coming to a close. And it's, like I said, it could last until the middle of 2020. Lots of intense energies. Surf those waves the best that you can. My advice is go with the flow, stay present in the moment, and tackle issues as they arise, right? There's no point in worrying about things before they happen. Let's get into what you can expect from tonight, November 7th through to November 14th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes for the week: love, the glue that holds everything together. It's the most powerful energy that exists, and it will be transforming you, your life, the people around you, and everything that it touches. The energy will be strong. Expect everything that isn't of the highest vibration of love to be purged from your soul, your life, your existence, right? It could be emotional purging. It could be jobs. It could be homes, relationships, everything and anything that is standing in your way to embody love and to be able to receive love. It could be intense for some, especially if you don't like change. If you have a difficult time with change, you probably will be feeling uncomfortable this week, and it could maybe lead into the week after, but I'm not 100% positive about that just yet. So look, this is happening so that you can receive love at this current frequency, right? The energies keep intensifying, and they're going to continue to be of higher vibrations. And that's when we go through, like, you know, a layer of purging, then everything kind of settles down, you integrate it. And then right when you get comfortable again and everything seems to be working out, here comes another wave of energies that come in and kind of knock you off kilter a little bit. But the beautiful thing is you should start to see that as you're working through stuff, now you're not going through the purging process anymore. Now it's coming in a different way, right? The power of love will only intensify as it does. More and more love light is forcing the darkness out of the shadows to be healed and transformed. But as you're allowing that to happen, there's going to be less and less that needs to be healed and needs to be transformed. So then this energy is when you really start feeling blissed out and you're feeling content and you're feeling peaceful. So hang in there. We're kind of like an onion, you know, you go to the Outback Steakhouse and you get a bloomin' onion and it opens up like this in different layers. Well, that's what we're doing. We're working from the outside layers to the core. So it's a process. It's cyclical. It's spiral in nature. So you're going to have to come up against a couple of things here and there multiple times as you're working through of these things and letting them go. So allow yourself to be healed. Receive the love and stand strong. Don't let dramas in your life and the world impact your focus, your strength, and the truth of who you are and what you want to accomplish. And this will be a time to silently watch as new doorways begin to open while other ones close. And you'll know when to take action. For now, it's time to just kind of let go of things or transform them, right? Like if some things maybe don't need to be let go of, but they just need to be approached in a new way, or you need to look at it from a new perception with a new set of eyes. So work on that. Purge yourself the way you would clean out a closet or a cupboard full of old clothes that don't fit anymore and food that's expired. So look at your beliefs, look at your emotional reactions and triggers, look at who you surround yourself with, look at what you attract into your life, and start getting rid of the people, things, and situations that are holding you back and holding you down. And look at where you're holding yourself back and down because of self-limiting beliefs. A change is needed, and it's coming whether you want it or not. And this week is straight up about transformation and change. Destruction followed by renewal, and it comes from the energy of love that is cleansing all that is not helping you get closer to the truth of who you are. It's nothing to fear, and in fact, the more you embrace and receive this divine love, the sooner you'll be seeing those doorways open for you more frequently, and it just becomes easier. I know it sounds weird, and how is that possible? But it is. It really is. So don't look at those things, those challenges, and what feels like destruction happening as a negative. It really is a positive. Embrace it. It'll make it so much easier. Those of you who have been feeling stuck and like nothing is moving forward in your life, this energy is going to show you where you've not realized you've been keeping yourself stuck because you've been too afraid to just make a decision, any decision, to get you moving forward again, which would require you to make a decision and take some action steps so that those blocks can be released. You are the block. You are blocking yourself. You are holding yourself back. You are the block, right? So you hold the keys to your freedom, always have, and you always will. Lastly, control issues will also be coming up. You'll need to look at them, and you need to deal with them in whatever way necessary to help you relinquish control and realize the only thing you can control is yourself through your choices. You choose what you feel, you choose who you date, you choose who you socialize with, you choose what you eat, you choose what to buy, what to wear, when to sleep, when to talk, what to drive, when to walk, when to run, when to cuss, when to go to the bathroom, when to have babies or not. You choose to use protection or not. You see how many choices that you make, and those are just a handful. You're literally making thousands of choices in a matter of a day. And you make so many of them, yet some of you believe life is happening to you, and or that you can control other people's choices, right? So that's a false illusion. You can only control yourself. In summary, it may be an intense week for some, and those of you who have done lots of purging and you've been doing the work on yourself and you've been getting real about your baggage and your hang-ups, well, it's going to be a little less intense for you. This is where you could see love coming into your life in a more positive and abundant way versus a clarifying and purging way. Work, for those of you employed, unfortunately, I do feel like some people may be laid off or terminated this week. A few of you may actually decide to quit. And those of you that are unhappy may start figuring out a plan of action to make a career change, or maybe an employer change, or maybe you decide that you are going to work for yourself. And those of you who have been feeling trapped at your job, you finally put two and two together and have the realization that you're afraid to leave because of whatever security you feel there. but you can choose to move on. And if you did, you'll probably be happier. My advice would be just don't quit before finding another job. Take your time to find the perfect fit that is going to bring you more happiness, that's going to be more connected to something that you feel passionate about, and that will bring more money into your life. Take your time to find that perfect fit, but at minimum try. There's, what's the harm in applying at different places while you still have a job? And I do feel like you will be pleasantly surprised. Those of you that are looking for a job, I'm not really feeling too much for those of you looking. We are coming up on the holiday season, so there may be more temporary jobs that are available that I feel like you can get involved in and do while you continue the job search, right? And don't shy away from Uber, Lyft, Wag, DoorDash, Amazon deliveries, Poshmark, Etsy, and other quick start and quick paying jobs to just supplement your income until something better comes along. And those are gigs where you would basically make your own schedule. So you could always keep them even if you have a full-time job or another part-time job. My perspective is some money coming in is better than no money coming in at all. So, consider those alternatives to help you temporarily. Love, those of you that are in committed relationships and dating seriously, it could be a rocky time in relationships, especially if you've been unhappy and you're holding on to one out of fear of losing some form of security, whether it be financial security or a fear of being alone. If you don't choose to make a change, it will stay the same, and you could live another 50 plus years, right? Depending on your age. And with technology, we might be living well into our hundreds, and you're going to wake up every day being unhappy. I don't know. Take a look at that. Think about that. Some of you may get up the courage this week to let go, or you'll be forced to let go because of outside forces. So there could be something that pops up in relationships that basically forces the break for you. Some of you may make some choices to stay and try to keep that magic alive, or at minimum, you're talking about how unhappy you are in the relationship so that change can actually happen, right? If you're not facing it, if you're not talking about it, nothing is going to change. And those of you that are in happy relationships, I'm not really feeling too much drama for you guys at all. It just feels like it's going to be, the usual, whatever your usual pattern is in your relationship. Those of you that are single and dating, I do feel some of you may need to take a time out from dating and reevaluate what type of people you're attracting into your life, and to take a look at the energy that you're actually putting out there. Is it one of neediness, desperation, insecurity, fear, or lust? If it is, you could be attracting the wrong type of people or pushing people away. So really take a look at that. Finances, some may be dealing with financial challenges and may be making sacrifices this week. Face the situation, ask for help if you need it, and work through the problems one day at a time. Even those of you who may not be having current financial challenges, I do feel like you could see some financial things pop up, like maybe you need a new water heater, or you need to get a new set of tires, or some other kind of unexpected bigger ticket item that you were, it's not something you purchase frequently. It's not something that's part of your budget. It's one of those things that just kind of happens and it puts a little dent into your cash flow. And I also feel like someone may lose their wallet. So pay attention to your wallets this week. Health, stress in all caps this week, manage it, or you could see some physical symptoms in your body. I also feel a few of you just need a hug and some physical contact. If you don't have someone you can hug, go to the animal shelter and volunteer and love on some animals. And also, I'm getting for those of you who are dealing with a chronic health issue, don't let it define you. Stop reinforcing that you're sick, right? Stop saying, I'm sick, I've got this, I've got that, I've got this. You're just reinforcing that, and you can kind of feel better if you're not stuck in your head about it. and focusing your energy on healing. Spirituality, change and more change. And some could be dealing with really critical, nitpicky, fault-finding people. Set boundaries. And if it's you who is acting this way, get over yourself. It's not attractive. And last thing coming to mind here is if you don't like something, change it and cultivate a positive attitude as well. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages for everyone. Let me get to tonight's caller. I have Fiona in Kilmore, Victoria, Australia. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks, Rebecca. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How can I help you tonight?
Just any messages you've got for me would be really appreciated.
Okay, let's see. I feel like you've got a lot going on right now.
I do.
Yeah, I feel like there's sort of different pockets of maybe people in your life and situations where it feels like a little bit of drama, right? It kind of feels like there's some challenges here and that there's lots of changes happening with certain people in your life. And I feel like the message that I'm getting is that you're holding on too tightly and you may be fantasizing, or maybe fantasizing isn't even the right word. Maybe it's, you know how we have that, we build ourselves up and we have so much hope that things will change, or, you know, we just expect things to maybe be a little bit different. And I feel like you might be too immersed in that energy and you might need to consider really letting go a little bit.
Okay, because I've been in a 22-year relationship and I'm just deciding if I want to leave it or not.
Okay.
But I don't know how that will affect my kids.
Okay, so I'm not surprised you say that, because I actually felt like your relationship just ended, or is on the verge of ending.
He won't leave.
So look here. Okay, so it's two things that I'm feeling here.
Yeah.
I know that you have obviously a lot of history and a lot of love there, but I feel like in order to survive this relationship, there's a lot of damage control that needs to happen and a lot of communication. And there's a part of me that feels like you guys may be past that. It just almost feels like it might be a little bit too late, right? It's almost like you've already resolved everything within inside of yourself and you're kind of just like, I don't really want to stay anymore. Like I'm done. But it's the fear.
Yeah, that's how I feel, yes.
Yeah.
He doesn't want it to end and he's doing everything he can to stay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's such a tough situation. Look, the children I feel are they're resilient, and I feel like they feel what is happening. Are they middle aged? They don't feel really, really young. They kind of feel like maybe somewhere between 10 and 15, somewhere like that.
I have a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 22-year-old.
Oh my Lord. Okay, so they your 5 and 6-year-old feel pretty mature for their ages.
Yeah, they are.
They're really, really sharp. And they're really wise, actually, for how young they are.
Like they've been here before.
I'm sorry, what?
It's like they've been here before. They know exactly what's going on.
They actually feel so much more mature than your 22-year-old.
That's funny.
They really are. I feel like they're great. I feel like all your kids are really great. And I do.
Yeah, they are.
I do. They're going to be fine. And I feel like all three of them see the problems, right? They see how disconnected you are in the relationship, and they feel it. And I feel like there's been a lot of arguing going on. I just feel like there's just feels like a lot of tension, and I feel like your nerves are frayed, like
not so much arguing, but the tension. There's been a lot of tension.
Yeah, well, because I think you've moved past, like, on some level, like, I think the arguing has already happened, and you're just at the point where it's like, don't even look at me, don't talk to me, let me just go over here and do the dishes. Like, you're just kind of, like, politely avoiding each other, but it's really uncomfortable.
Yeah. That's exactly how it is.
I feel like you have nothing to lose by walking away. I know maybe financially you're concerned about things. I do feel like you will be okay. And I do feel you can get to a point where you can co-parent. And I think both of you want to split up. Honestly, I feel like both of you do.
Yeah, I do. He tells me he doesn't, and he won't move out. I'm actually not working at the moment. My youngest is starting school next year, and my the 6-year-old is in prep. So I'm not working. So that is one of my big concerns. How do I financially do it?
Right. So you definitely, I feel, would need to get a job before you leave. So this is something, look, it's hard. I just feel like you're completely done with the relationship. And even though he said, like, I know, like, there's a part of him that doesn't want to split up, but I feel like the other part of him, he's just tired of the uncomfortable awkwardness and not, you're just not, you're roommates. But you've even gotten to the point where
we don't even share a room.
Right, like you're just like strangers living under the same roof that happen to have children together. So
yep.
I feel like, look, he's not a horrible guy. I feel like he's willing to work.
No,
with
he's
you.
not, and he's a great dad.
Yeah, and he will co-parent, and I feel like he would give you the opportunity to stay under the same roof, find yourself a job, or figure out something that you could do on your own to make money. I feel like he's even willing to kind of do a trial separation to see, if you really do want to break up permanently.
He has got a place to stay, and he stayed there 2 nights, and he just refuses to go. He just wants to stay here.
So he tried, and it's not working for him.
For one night, he tried.
Yeah, you know what? He's got a lot of fear, too. I think he's afraid of being alone. And, of course, he loves you, and you have the kids, and I think he's worried about that. Look, I mean, if you want, you can email me at askrebeccatoday@gmail.com, and I'll give you a relationship book. It might have some pointers in there where you can get on the same page a little bit while you temporarily work through this.
I keep saying to him, I'm happy to co-parent together because I believe kids need both parents in their life.
Absolutely. We are about to get cut off. Fiona, email me and I'll give you a book. I think you're going to be all right either way with whatever decision. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I will see you next week. Bye.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance with Angel. So, today I have a special guest. I have Tamron, as you can see on the screen. She is a spiritually guided who thrives on teaching and supporting individuals on how to effortlessly shift into their magic zone. Whether business or personal life, Tamron gives proven strategies to save time, money, and frustration. She's a certified health coach, former private investigator, and an alchemist, healer, and she is clairvoyant. She creates powerful, personalized remedies. Tamron is the founder of Tamron's Place, a retreat for spiritual growth that offers life-changing courses, personalized consultations, and customized retreats. And she is a wonderful, wonderful lady. I have sat by her through the Galaxy Psychic Fairs, and I can't tell you how she rocks this world, girls. So, let's get right into the questions, girlie. What's the difference between being an empath versus being compassionate?
Well, thank you, Angel, and thank you for the intro. I would love to share this information with your listeners because I feel that there are so many people out there today that don't realize how sensitive they actually are. So I want to clarify for everybody listening today that an empath is someone who feels the energy of everything, of other people, situations, walking into a room, and they don't understand that it's not necessarily their energy that they're feeling. So a compassionate person is someone who understands that they can feel and sense what's happening for other people, yet it does not affect them. So there's a difference there. So when you can learn how to shield yourself and to understand what somebody else is and what's actually yours, you will have so much less anxiety. And I feel like that is a big epidemic right now in our world.
Oh, very much so. Okay, so just for our viewers out there, how can we manage the intensely sensitive energy that's going on right now? Because I know I'm being hit left, right, and center with this retrograde. So how can we use the full moon and take advantage for it to be more beneficial in today's world and the chaos that we put up with on a day-to-day basis?
That's a great question, Angel. And we have the full moon energy coming up early next week, Monday or Tuesday, depending on when that is. And right now we are in the midst of Mercury retrograde. So it's like magnified to 100 times. And this is why a lot of people are feeling so intense this week. A lot of people are having meltdowns and crying a lot. That's why you're getting the calls, people needing readings, and the phone's ringing on my end too. So I want
to, yeah.
Right? So for women especially, the moon represents, in ancient Vedic astrology, the moon represents our subconscious and it represents our feelings. However, it comes out at night, right? We feel that energy of the moon. So at times like this, when it's Mercury retrograde and the full moon coming up next week, a lot of people don't sleep, they feel restless, and they have extreme anxiety. And some people get depressed too. It just depends on their personality. So when the moon is illuminated, when the moon is full, that is when we feel it the most. And the best way to actually learn how to manage, like I answered in the previous question you had for me, was understanding what's yours and what's not yours. So during my full moon gatherings for women, which we're going to talk about in a second, is I'm going to teach you how to manage your own energy so that you can actually use the intensity of the full moon to release what no longer serves you, or to release all the energies of the people around you that you were feeling and to let that go. So it's literally like you're going to be able to take a big breath and go, whoo, I'm done.
Okay, so does this also affect in people's dreams? Like, I know there's been a lot of wicked dreams going around, And that's one of the things that people tell us. It tells me on phone calls that we have wicked dreams, we're having anxiety attacks, panic attacks, we want to jump out of our skin. Does that all play with the full moon in retrograde?
Absolutely. So when we're having these intense dreams, especially around the full moon, usually what that represents is that our subconscious, so something deep within us, needs to come to the surface. So that's why we feel it the most in our dreams. But what most people do is they hold on to it, right? So let's say fear for right now. There's a lot of fear. We're afraid what's going to happen with politics, the world, environment, whatever. So a lot of people are feeling this fear, but they don't know how to release it. They don't know how to let it go. And that's what the full moon is. It's a time to let things go. So if no one has trained you on how to do that, you're just going to keep feeling it more and more. And if you're around other people that are feeling it, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like a snowball. So what we want to do is learn how to acknowledge what's coming up during our dreams, right? And feeling this and say, okay, thank you for showing me what that is, but it's time to say goodbye.
Okay, and how does this play? I had a train of thought, so I got to get this. How does this play in with the holidays coming up? Like, I know around the holidays, I get a lot of phone calls. There's lots of people who are lonely, depressed, not understanding what's going on. How does this all intertwine with holidays? So, like, we got Christmas coming up, New Year's. How does that play in with this?
Well, if people are feeling a lot of these, well, I'm just going to say an imbalance in their emotions, what they need to learn is how to use holistic modalities, which I teach on these women's gatherings, so that you can transform something negative into something positive. And I like to use holistic modalities, such as learning, and we can use things like NLP, EFT, using high-grade essential oils, Bach remedies, meditations, that kind of stuff, because you have to learn how to turn it around. And you don't learn this stuff in school. It's not ABC 1, 2, 3, right? This is the New Age movement. And it's easy to do, but it's not a quick fix. So it's what I call the turtle, like slow and steady wins the race. These are techniques that you can learn, but you got to keep doing them every day. And then once something comes up, when you're feeling something, it's like, okay, I know what I can use. I've been taught how to use it, how to change it or to transform it. Because everything's energy. So when you learn how to change the energy, you can take something negative and turn something positive. So the best example really quickly is you can take anger and use something that you've been angry at and to morph it into passion, into changing it into something better. Does that make sense?
Oh, for me it does. And I know that out there they'll make sense to some of our viewers, and some of our viewers now have been piqued and have questions. So how can the women who are listening to the show, or anybody who's listening to the show as that matter of fact, because this will benefit men as well, they go through the same thing.
Yeah.
How can they go and join the full moon webinar that you're having on Tuesday, November 12th, to learn more about how to use the energy to manifest the miracles in their lives?
Well, what we're going to do during that full moon webinar is to teach. I'm a teacher, I'm a guide, a spiritual guide. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the 4 elements of the earth, which are wind, the earth, water, and fire. And I'm going to teach people how to use those 4 elements so that you can shield yourself, right? Release what somebody else is, protect yourself, and to transform that energy into something positive. So I do this every month, and for your listeners, as a special thing, I'm going to allow people to join for free. They just have to email me at tamarontv@gmail.com, Again, we can post this information later. And they can join on a live Zoom webinar at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And I will teach them some very simple techniques on how they can manage this energy so that they can release it, feel more grounded, more protected, and be able to move forward. Because a lot of times this is what's holding you back in your life, is a lot of this fear, anxiety, some of these negative energies that really don't serve us, right? So we want to be able to move through that. And that's when the magic happens, when you realize it isn't your stuff.
So what I'm going to ask you to is to send me the information. I'm also going to paste it on my Facebook page under Crystal Clear Holistic Healing and Products so that they can contact you. And I'm going to tag it to the top of my page. So just send me kind of like your business card so that they can get a hold of you, because I think this would be really interesting for a lot of people to get in contact with you. It's just a gut feeling. Like I say, you rock, girl. You are my sensei. All right.
Well, thank you. Yes. Yeah,
so do you want to have a little? Do you want to have a little fun?
Absolutely. You take over now.
Well, you chime in, because if you're going to get any information on the readers, you need to chime in. So the first card that I got for today, Angel can never get this on, is the Divine Alchemy. So everybody that's watching the show needs to move beyond the current challenges, which finally goes into what we were talking about. Focus on what you desire, okay? So we're going to go to our first caller, which is La Maria in Austin.
Yes.
Did I say that correct?
Yes, Mira.
Okay. So your card just happens to be, let's get that straight, the Love and Acceptance card. So that tells me that you are full of love, okay? But you need to start recognizing your worth, and you have to start choosing loving thoughts, which kind of ties in to what Tamron was talking about, okay? So, my girl, do you have any specific questions for us, or you just want general information?
Well, I would like to know about my love life.
Okay. So let me just get into here, and just chime in when you want, Tamron. If you get something before me, just chime in on here. Okay, girl. So what I'm getting more of is that you have had experiences that have sort of given you a foul taste in your mouth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're basically telling me that when you're ready for your love life and your love life situation to change, that you're going to be able to move forward. You're kind of stopping it from happening because you haven't dealt with and moved forward from the foul taste, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Definitely.
Okay. So when you decide you're ready for love, he's going to be there. Like, he's waiting. I can see him. It's more, this is on your side, and this is on you working on your own self-love and your own self-worth, which kind of goes in with your card in the acceptance of love, okay? So you kind of need to work on that personally and start realizing that you are this wonderful, beautiful person that has so much to give the world. You've just ran into a bump, and you got to say, okay, like, I mean, everything that's went on, you have to forgive yourself for what you've thought and what you've said on that situation. And you just need to start owning it. Like, you've got to start being proud of who you are and start using your knowledge to move forward in that area.
Wow, that is so true.
Do you have anything to add, Cameron?
Sure, I can add personal experience and exactly what I'm feeling intuitively as well. You hit you hit the nail on the head, or the hammer on the nail there when you said you have to forgive yourself. And I'll just share that forgiveness doesn't necessarily mean that you did anything wrong. So when we have experiences in the past with other people that left a foul taste in our mouth, it's a wonderful opportunity for us, for anyone, to look at those experiences and to have great gratitude for going through that, because it's pushing you to go deeper within yourself, to find that love within yourself, because it's a magnet. Everything, the law of attraction is equal. So rather than trying to go out and find someone who will love you, when you take time to reflect and look at all the beautiful things that you love and accept about yourself, that's when that other person is going to come into your life. Like Angel is saying, he's there. It's the work we need to do on ourselves. And it's a beautiful process to do. And so when you radiate and you feel good about yourself, people will notice that rather than us waiting to be noticed. We need to do the exact opposite, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. So like you hit the nail on the coffin. Because I do have to work on myself, and, start trying new things. It's just that,
Yes.
Sometimes I don't know who to trust.
Trust yourself, my girl. You have to learn to trust yourself before you can trust anybody else. And that's a valuable lesson that I had to learn with going through my first marriage, and how I was just knocked down and everything beaten out of me. I had to learn to trust myself. Once I learned to trust myself, it was a lot easier to start trusting other people. Because when things go wrong in our life, we tend to blame ourselves, as Tamron was saying, and it's not necessarily our fault. And that's where we have to learn to start that relationship between ourselves again, and understanding who we are and taking our power back, and then trusting ourselves to the fullest. And you will get there. Now, they're also telling me that you're wondering about money. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, that's coming, my girl. That's totally, totally coming. Okay? So once you start getting in that, like Tamara was saying, once you start getting your vibration up and starting to match with your goals, everything's just going to fall into place for you.
Wow. Do you see me getting married?
Well, that's up to you. Again, that totally comes up to you. If you're saying you want to get married and you're saying it, you put it out in the universe works to give that to you through law of attraction. But if your energy doesn't match it, okay? So if you, let's just say, put out there you want to get married, but then you're sitting here and you're going, do I really want to get married? Do I want to put up with that again? Your vibration isn't matching it. So then it won't come, okay? It's just going to kind of sit there and percolate out in the universe going, hey, I'm here, I'm ready, I'm waiting for you. What do you want me to do? But if you're not vibrationally being specific and saying, this is what I want, it's just going to not come, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And I'm actually not in a rush. I just would like to know. I never know what the future holds.
Oh, it's coming. That's totally up to you. You can grab anything you want that you've put out in the universe. You just have to trust yourself and know that you can create anything. And what Tamron's doing with the full moon, that's part of her teaching us how to grab on to everything that we want. And it kind of fits in with Abraham Hicks, with staying on your disc and everything being in the vortex and just being able to grab it. Am I right, Tamara?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free to your listeners. So if she'd like to follow up, then she's more than happy to join us next Tuesday night.
And it'll really help you in following through in starting to manifest and create everything you want. People really don't realize how much the full moon and energies affect us. And being empathic, we really take on, like Tamara was saying, we take on a lot of other people's garbage that we shouldn't really take on.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you? All
yes,
right.
It does.
So you have a great weekend, okay?
You too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. So you can reach me at crystalclear101.com, or you can email me at cosmicearthangel@outlook.com, or you can just go to my Facebook, which is Crystal Clear 101 Holistic Healing, sorry, not hearing, healing and products. Okay, I'm tongue-tied. See, the energy's got me flying here, Tamara. So how can they get a hold of you, Tamara?
They can go to my business Facebook page under Tamaron's Place, and that's spelled TAMMERONS, and then just place. They can send me a message or email me at tamarontv@gmail.com. Thank you for allowing me to be a guest on your showing.
No, thank you for coming on, and I hope we're going to do this again because I totally enjoyed it, and you rocked it out, girl. So they can't blame me.
Hi, I'm Mark. Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I think we're going to have a wonderful show. We're going to have two callers that are going to call in, which are going to be wonderful. And now, I thought what we could talk about today, before we have our callers come in, is what we could talk about today is actually how what the purpose is of our life, and what is the meaning of our life, and do we come to learn our lessons, or do we come to help people? And so this is something that I thought we could sort of cover, which is quite an interesting topic. So the big question is, if you're listening, is why are you here? What have you come to learn? Now, it's quite a complicated subject, and so I'm going to try and make it fairly simple. And it can be made simple. It can be simple and as complicated as you want. But so what I'm trying to say here is that, first of all, we come here because we have a reason. And so whatever that reason is, we will be looking to fulfill that reason. Now, it may be that in a lifetime that we've had, or perhaps the previous lifetime, or the one before that, who knows, but in a lifetime that you've had, you perhaps, let's hypothesize for a moment, and I'm not suggesting that any one of you have done this, but let's say you've done something that hasn't been so good. And it may be that you need to come back to this lifetime to perhaps learn the error of your ways, so that your soul understands and knows what you've done and how you can put things right. Let's say that it may be that you've come to help somebody who's going to have a challenging, difficult life, because we can't do things on our own. The other thing is, let's say that we've come to this lifetime because we need to learn something about sickness, or we need to learn to help people and be healing. And so we may be a doctor or a nutritionist or medicinal, something in medicinal in some way. But whoever we are and whatever we're doing, we're not alone on this earth plane, because in addition to us coming to perhaps help other people and to give to other people, we are also looking to help people. So we're helping people, but there are people in the spirit world that are going to be helping us, because ultimately they don't want us to fail. They want us to succeed. So they will do everything they possibly can to steer us in the right direction and help us in whatever we have to do and whatever we're learning on this path. And so I think that's quite sort of interesting, sort of why we've come. And sometimes we can have numerous people helping us in the spirit world, depending on what we're doing. And sometimes we might just have one or two. But the point is that we will always have people in the spirit world helping us. Now, some of them will be people from our soul group or higher evolved souls, or some of them may be actually family and relatives that will be helping us and guiding us, because they have that love link. They have that love that they want to share with us, and they want to help us in whatever way we can. So that's sort of like a little interesting fact that I was thinking about, and I've been thinking about that for a couple of weeks actually. But let's move on to the callers, and I believe we have Nikki in Cumberland, Maryland, USA. Are you there, Nikki?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hello, Nikki. And how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I'm here and it's fairly sunny, fairly. I am a medium. Now, what that means is I'm able to do one of two things. I can either connect to the spirit world and connect to a loved one that you've lost, or I'm able to give you guidance in some way with regards to your life. Is there a particular way that you'd like me to work?
Well, I mean, I have been feeling like there's somebody that needs to contact me or somebody I need to speak to. And that's kind of why I reached out to you guys. I've been trying to meditate and whatnot, but I am having issues with figuring out what it is that I feel like is pulling me or drawing me to get answers.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you are drawn to the idea that somebody wishes to talk to you, and from the spirit world. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, the first thing that I'm getting is grandmother, and I feel that you have a grandmother in the spirit world, and I know that she is seizing this opportunity to talk to you, because I feel quite sort of excited of wanting to talk to you. But she's making me feel as though there has been I feel like there's been some new additions to the family since she's passed to the spirit world, and I'm being drawn to sort of young children that have been born, and I feel like she's referring to children that are around you. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yeah, that does.
And she's saying to me that I get the feeling that one of your children has one of your children. Are they still at school? Because I'm feeling at school age. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Because I feel like one of your children is actually having some difficulty in school. Would you be aware of that?
I don't think so. I do have a child. He is in pre-K. So I don't really see how we could, just learning, just getting into it. So I don't see why, you know what I mean, on that.
Right. Okay.
But, yeah.
Because what I'm getting from your grandmother is that okay, I feel like there is something to do with where he's going to school that doesn't sit well with him. And I'm not saying that he necessarily is unhappy, but I just get the feeling that there is something to do with where the environment that he is in is not working for him in the way that it could do. And I get the feeling that your son almost needs some sort of more stimulating environment than where he's at. And I'm being shown like I just get the feeling that children aren't always being nice, or I'm just getting, and I'm assuming that you don't know anything about this. Is that correct?
Oh, no. Yeah, I guess. Yes.
Because I just get the feeling that it's going to grow into something that what I would suggest to you is just watch out for it then, because I get the feeling that something is not quite right with this environment. And, psychics and mediums do get things wrong. So don't be sort of live your life in an alarm situation, because I could genuinely have this wrong. But it's a sense that I'm getting that he, I just get the feeling that there is a struggle there, and I feel that maybe it's yet to come out, but I can feel that there is something that is not quite right with that environment, and it's almost like I feel like I need to urge you to pay some close attention to this, because something may come up. But as I said earlier, mediums do get things wrong. All of us do. There isn't one medium on the planet that won't make a mistake. So I don't want you to feel too alarmed. But just remember what I've said, and just keep an eye out for things, because I do feel that there is something there. I'm also being shown that you have a little bit of a sixth sense yourself. Would you understand that?
Yes, I feel a lot of things. Like, I work in a hospital, and when I go into a room, like, I know there's somebody there, or like when I'm at home, I know someone's there. Like, I hear footsteps. Like, I always sense that there's something there when there is something there.
Yeah, and I'm being told that there is a guide that is stepping forward and wants to work with you, because I'm being told that this guide that's going to work with you is a healing guide, and I get the feeling that you've got healing hands, and I'm being urged to sort of press that upon you, that you have got a healing ability. And I just feel that he wants to sort of make himself known to you. I'm just seeing. Have you been aware of any sort of spirit that has sort of been around you, or a specific person?
I've seen things like that could be a guy. Like, I have seen a silhouette of a man.
Right.
And sometimes I'll see out of the corner of my eye somebody looking at me. but then they like move and so it's always like a silhouette. It's never like featured.
Yeah. And the thing is with when you see, that's known as objective clairvoyance, and when you see them, you'll only ever see them in your corner of your eye. The moment you look at them directly, poof, they're gone. You can never see it. It's always going to be in the peripheral of your vision. Because I just get that strong feeling that there is a guide that is alerting themselves to you, and I feel that this is a healing guide. But I also feel that you could communicate as well with spirit. But I feel that the course that they want you to go on is more of a healing nature, with hands-on healing. And I keep on, and all the time that I've been seeing, and I keep on seeing a medicine man, so a North American indigenous person here that I'm seeing, and he because he keeps on showing me this wheel, like, and he's telling me it's a medicine wheel, and I'm not familiar with their culture too much, so I don't know what this wheel is, but he's showing me a wheel, and he's telling me it's a medicine wheel that they would have used, and I get the feeling that he is wanting to connect with you and work with you strongly. My advice would be to go to either a spiritualist church or once you go to a spiritualist church, you can sort of connect with people that may help you with training and developing and opening up. But there are big sort of places like Lilydale, Cassadaga, as well, that have always got things going on and courses. There's lots of English mediums that come over to the United States that teach as well. I don't know about the American people that teach sort of as well, but I have got a friend that teaches healing, and his name is Steve Herman. So he may be, a good person to consider. But I just get that feeling that the reason why they're nudging you is twofold. One is your little boy, and two is that you're a healer.
Okay.
Well, Nikki, thank you very much for calling in, and I hope that's helped. And I do have. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. So we have another caller coming in, and that is Rochelle in Wigan, Lancashire. Hello, Rochelle. Are you there?
Hiya.
Oh, hi, Rochelle. So you're from England. That's nice to hear a British voice. So I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones, or I can connect to give you guidance. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
No, just whatever you've got would do.
Whatever I've got.
Yeah, guidance and maybe a loved one.
Okay. Have you got nail varnish on your nails?
No.
Do you sometimes put nail varnish on your nails?
I've not worn nail varnish for quite a while.
Oh, okay. So I'm just seeing nail varnish on nails. So I'm just linking in with you. Right.
The last time I did my nails was about 10 months ago.
Was it? Oh, I see. So I'm one of the things that I'm getting is, do you sometimes suffer from headaches?
Yeah.
Because I'm being told that this is something that you suffer from. And
I do sometimes suffer from headache.
Yeah. I'm also being told that you are sometimes dehydrated, that you don't always drink enough fluids. Would that make sense to you? And here you are on air confessing.
No, that wouldn't make sense to me because I have been making sure I'm a lot hydrated recently.
Yeah, but up until recently, were you dehydrated? Do you think a little bit? Because
about 11 months ago, maybe.
Yeah, because I'm being told that you did go through a period of dehydration, and it sort of didn't help. But also, I'm being shown that you are slightly now. I'm going to stress this is for entertainment purposes, okay? Because what I'm about to tell you, I don't want, I need to be careful. So for entertainment purposes. But what I'm sensing with you is you are slightly deficient on essential fatty acids as well. So that's on omega-3. So that's you get that from oily fish or from nuts and seeds.
Right.
So I don't know if you ever eat those sort of foods, but I'm just sensing that you are slightly deficient on that.
I do try and get enough tuna and fish down me recently, yeah.
And the other thing is that do you ever have any sort of white flecks in your nails as well?
Sometimes, yeah.
Because I'm being shown that there is a slight deficiency in zinc as well. That sort of the minerals and the omega-3s are slightly on the low level, and also I'm being told again that they're it's almost like you need to be really strict with hydration, because whilst you've been drinking more, your hydration levels are still fairly on the could do with being more.
Right.
And I'm also being and I feel that and I keep on being shown your hair. Is your hair sort of slightly dry in places, or not the right condition that you'd like?
No.
Because I'm just getting that sense of the mineral balance and the is slightly on the low side.
Right.
But I'm also sensing with you that you've also been thinking about doing something different with your either moving or changing jobs or something like that. Would that make sense to you?
I moved about 5 weeks ago.
Right. And have you been thinking about changing a job as well?
No, I haven't got a career at the moment.
Okay, because I'm being shown something about the possibility of getting work, or there's going to be some changes in your life, and I just get that feeling that you're going to be. I don't feel like it's going to be something of a big career, but I just get that feeling of doing something, and I don't know what it is. So I just get that. So look out for that. I think that may be coming for you. And I also feel with you that I get that feeling that there's a little bit of restlessness as well with you, sort of that you are looking to. It's almost like you're sort of. I can't put my finger on it, but it's just restlessness and not knowing and sort of which way to turn and what to do and how to do things. And I can just feel that with you. And what I'm being told about that is that you're it's almost like it's going to be a driving force for you, because what I'm being told by the spirit world is that you will come to a point where you have this almost like an epiphany, a realization of what you want to do and how you want to do things and where you want to be and who you want to be with, and I feel that it's almost like everything is a little bit up in the air at the moment, but I do feel that all those things that are up in the air will be landing down on the ground and in a good way, and I feel that you will find your feet, because I feel like your feet, it's like that restless, uneasy, not knowing where you're going, what you're doing, and I just get that feeling that it's all going to settle in a good way for you. Would that make sense to you?
Sorry about that. Yeah, the restfulness and stuff makes sense.
Yeah. And
I have got a quite difficult time ahead of me in the next probably 6 to 12 months.
Yeah. But I just get that feeling that I just feel that restlessness is you're going to come out the other side, and I just get that feeling that and I'm being told you're going to be better off as well. You're going to walk forward in a more positive light and in a more positive way, and I just feel that it's a sort of like it's like a blip in your world, in your life, and I feel that you're going to be stronger for it as well, because I feel that you're going to, that there's a part of you that is sort of almost like you're rising up, and you're not wanting to be in a position, in a weak position. I feel like you're rising up, and that strength is rising up. But I hope that helps, Rochelle. And thank you for calling in. And I hope everything goes well. And with your headaches, I just feel that you need to be careful with omega-3 and the minerals and hydration. So anyway, but thank you for calling in, Rochelle. Thank you.
It's okay, thank you. Do you know if there's anything from a spirit loved one?
Who were you looking to connect with?
It was like a father figure to me till I was 7, and then he passed away.
I've only got 50 seconds left of the show, so I can get something very short for you. I just feel that I can sense somebody around, and I feel that but I feel that when he passed, there was a real sense of feeling like there's a real sort of weakness, and the skin has gone pale as well, as I'm just been shown. But all I can say at this point, I've only got a few seconds left, is he's in the spirit world, and he's just suddenly shown to me, he's just waving his hand, and he's just like blowing you a kiss and just saying, I love you.
Hello, followers, and hello, students. This is Fiona, Persian medium. I am Power. Another night, another amazing time, and of course, A1R Radio Network. So, before I take any callers, would love to share a couple of my experience when it comes to I don't know if I can. I don't think so. You can. I wouldn't suggest you to go for that. Oh, my experience is about that when I tried, really, I couldn't succeed, so maybe you shouldn't. So there's tons of insecurities, limitations, and also a little bit of, I don't know what to do, and can you please help me where I am and what kind of career I should change or found or whatever. So I want to tell you one thing. This is actually my own experience. I wanted you to not listening to anyone. Of course, you should listen to people with experiences and telling you exactly what to do or not to do when it comes to risk and investment and other stuff. But when it comes to you want to change and challenge yourself, and because your neighbor, because your parents, because your sister, because your brother, because your coworker, because your competitions couldn't make it, then maybe I can't do it either. So try to remove that type of feelings and philosophy that because others couldn't, that maybe I can't either. All I wanted you to do is like try it, believe it. And it also depends on how much you want that things will be the way as you want and the way as you wish. If you wish big, if you actually offer yourself a best ever timing of life to make yourself the happiest and the greatest and the wealthiest and the healthiest, then you are going to invest on your will. The willpower, the energy that you are going to spend, the feeling that how far you can go is all up to you. No one can tell you what to do or not to do. The only person can approve and tell you if you are going to and you can is you. I wanted you to believe in yourself. I wanted you to trust yourself. I wanted you to be brave and take opportunities, even when you feel or felt that others told it's not going to happen. So, the most amazing time in my life was when people told me I can't, and I proved that I can. So I know you're going to enjoy that timing as well. When people telling you, you can't, don't even go there, and then you show that you can. And you can, of course, go there and be the one that you want. So there is also another thing that I would love to exchange with you guys is about the matter of timing. So sometimes we just like not in the right time. Kind of like if I taught like 2 years ago, maybe I couldn't even actually go there or try that type of things. Now I'm more mature. I know exactly what I want. I know my willpower. I know what kind of circumstances, opportunities, and other things I have. So it depends on what you want and how you want and how badly you want, and also timing. You can get what you want. So as I always say to my students and also to my clients, there is no impossibility. There is no impossible. Everything is possible. So we do not have any village of impossibility. We have a village of possibilities. So everything is possible. Just try it at least one time, and don't listen to those people who send negative energies and knows already that they would never ever try it because they are lazy, because they are not brave enough, because they do not invest in their life. So, back to the studio, and now I have Sarah. Hello, Sarah. How are you doing? From California. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Good. Sweetheart,
Welcome to A1R and welcome to Fiona's show. So it was so pleasure to talk to you, Sarah. Before I start my show and my reading for you, gorgeous, I need to know about your date of birth, and also I need to know what you have in your beautiful mind and what I can do for you tonight. Go ahead, sweetheart.
My birthday is September 29th, 1980.
Okay.
And in my mind is a lot of confusion.
Okay.
On
I see that.
Where my journey in life is supposed to be.
Okay. Sarah, my love. I want to ask you two questions. The first question, the first things that I can see in the Pentagon is about something that related to money and finance, which actually making you to feel very kind of discomfort, not happy, a little bit mad, upset, lots of I didn't know exactly what to do. I didn't know where to go, and kind of blaming others. So I wanted you to first remove one thing immediate with me right now tonight. Stop blaming others, okay? I understand that people having a very strong impact in our life, especially when we talking about money and finance, because sometimes negative people can change our life completely to the nastiest way. Sometimes one positive person can change our life to the best ever way. But whatsoever and wherever you are today, I wanted you to change this type of the feelings and connection that, oh, if I did not listen to that person, if I wasn't really in that matter or that place, maybe I could be better now. So, done is done. Life, it's moving forward. Every day is a new day. Every minute of our life is a new minute and real second actually of our life. Every single actually second that we're just breathing is absolutely a new and fresh life. All I wanted you to do when it comes to blame, stop blaming others, because when you blame others, or especially blame yourself, because if you just could make that decision at that time, if you could just say yes to that or no to that, so maybe you just could be better right now or just like being in a better place. So all I wanted you to just drop the anxieties of, drop the stress and drop the craziness of if and maybe and if or maybe or should. Just let it go of all those words, okay? All I wanted you to do to connect yourself with money, and also, as you know, that money is energies. Energies is everywhere. It's just going back and forth. It's just starting somewhere. So that's what I wanted you to completely feel and sense and connect to that energies right now. And don't worry about future when it comes to, am I going to be, feel good? Am I going to have wealthy enough? Or am I going to have enough money in my account? Am I going to have the job that I want? Just stop asking. Now it's time for you to show action. Okay, Sarah? So this is very important, because I think the one block that is standing in front of your way and trying to not allow you to moving forward is about blocking your own energies to just say yes to life, yes to happiness, yes to wealth, yes to health. It's just because you're still afraid, you are kind of like confused and not know exactly what to do and where to go. So stop whatsoever had happened in the past. Past is past. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Tonight is tonight. Last night was last night. Whatsoever you couldn't do last night, you can do it tonight. Okay? So first step, you forget about what happened last night. You stop blaming yourself and stop blaming others. And what you need to do right now is just stand up and just tell to yourself that exactly what you want to be, where you want to go, and exactly what is your goals and desires is. That is exactly what I wanted you to write it down somewhere, to make yourself to understand exactly what you want of your life. Okay? That's the one thing.
Okay.
Then, Sarah, come another things about, I see that you are confused about kind of moving. I see them moving. I don't know if it's the moving place to place or is it the moving to some other state. It's something that you want to change completely just because you want to refresh yourself doing something. Well, if you have anything that will changing your life from A to Z, like tomorrow, if you really feel that if you are changing that place, changing that house, changing that department, changing that anything that has to do with change and challenge, I wanted you to do it tomorrow, or at least thinking about it, because this is what I can see. It will open all doors to your happiness. Now, Sarah, there is two things that actually come to the right side of your pentagon. It's telling me about emotion and also feeling very down, depressed, and not happy. No desire of continuing, no desire to feel good. Now, Sarah, tell me what makes you to go there, what makes you to feel this way, and why you are so confused about your emotional feelings.
I've been going through, I've been divorced now for 3 years, and the confusion of am I where I'm at, where I'm supposed to be in life? And I actually am putting my house on the market tomorrow because I struggle with the emotional attachment that the energy the house brings from my marriage. And this is where I started my marriage. We raised our kids, but then it's also the place where my marriage ended as well. And so I've had a lot of confusion with that part of making choices, and then as well as not being able to let go of the emotions of bitterness and I don't want to use hate, but the dissatisfaction from the place of where my marriage ended, and that I can't move forward from that. I'm still in I have a lot of negative energy towards him, and it affects our day-to-day lives, and we have children involved. So
I understand.
That makes it really hard.
Sarah, I understand that. I understand you completely, baby, and I understand that is not something, I mean, when people says, oh my God, don't worry about that, everything is going to be all right, hon. And, you should not be worried about it. You're going to forget about it. So it's just not going to happen for one night. And I have to tell you, whatsoever has happened in between you both and what he did to you that making you to feel that hateful and, down in every areas of your life right now, maybe is not really forgivable, but at the same time, what you need to do, maybe it's kind of not time for you to forgive him right now, especially even your guys have children, it doesn't matter, but you have to get over it. And sometimes we get over things with time. We can't get over just like that. We can't just, especially when you are too emotional, when you actually give away 100% of your life and your heart, when you try to do everything that goes from your power to make this man be the happiest and the healthiest and the wealthiest and the whatsoever in the earth, and instead that you get something back, you just gain some nasty feelings and kind of destroy your even own insecurities, or better say confident and everything. I understand you completely, Sarah. That's why my recommendation to you is stop even thinking about that I have to forgive him, I have to move on, I have to let it go, because you can't forgive someone that you hate so much. You need time. Time will make you to feel that you can moving forward. Maybe sometimes you need about 6 months or 1 year. Maybe you need another 3 years. Maybe you need the 4 years. The only things that you should not forget is about that you are the mom, and you have to be a mom. Your role as a mom will never change, okay? Your name is mom. So as a mom, you would do everything what goes from your power to benefit your children, okay? No matter what. But you still can hate the man that you've been together. You still can hate the man that you have children with. That's perfectly fine. But when it comes to children, you have to always see what's going to be the best for them. If I'm going to cooperate with him now for just 4 minutes of text messages, or maybe just hearing just the voice, just exactly what he gonna says about our son or about our daughter or whatever it is, it's okay. I can do it just for my kids. So try to stay away from him, because I can see that you are guys having so much energy involved. I can see that there is so much memories involved. For you, it's not easy to say goodbye and say let it go. It's very hard. I understand you have good memories, you have bad memories, you have also memories that you don't even want to remember anymore. But now it's time for you to just let time came in the middle of you and him and all the pain that he caused you to let you moving forward to your own life. Okay, so don't force yourself that I have to forgive him, I have to forget, I have to let it go, because when you force yourself and when you are not happy with that force, when you are not ready with that force, instead that you feel relief, you get stress, you get an interest, you get an anxiety, and it's going to be more hate came actually to your mind and your body. So all you need to do is just stop telling yourself that you have to do it because of that. All you need to just force yourself about it is about your children and your name is mom, and that's it. Anything that related to him, about him, kind of, creating around him, whatsoever has to do with him, just you need to let it go. Just don't think about it. Don't force yourself, and just stay calm the way that you are, Sarah. And I wanted you to sell this house. Remember when I told you, any change and challenge that I see and I feel for you, moving forward, moving from the place to other places, it's good for you, okay? Even you feel that you have a lots of, emotional attachment, but let go of those emotional attachment, because the one thing that you remember, tomorrow is a new day. Next week is going to be the new week. Next month is going to be the new month. And next year is going to be the new year. And how do you know that you're not going to be in the place that somehow you just say, thank God that you gave me these opportunities to let go of this man of my life, because now I found the real one. Now I'm the happiest mom and happiest woman in the earth, because now I know exactly who I am with today and what I can do for my life. I know that right now it's kind of impossible for you to just even think about it, that am I going to be happy again? Am I going to trust any man again? Am I going to be, the woman that I want? Yes, my answer to you, both emotionally, psychically, and whatsoever we can name on, Sarah, is about yes, you can. Yes, you are going to see the man that you want to be with. Yes, you are going to be proud about your, actually, whatsoever you are choosing between. So that's why I'm telling you. All I wanted you to do, Sarah, first, don't force yourself to forgive him and move on. Just let it go. When we're talking about him and whatsoever you are guys having in between you and him, just try to feel that he never exists and he died for you and is gone, okay? The only person that you are thinking is your children, or persons is your children, and you are the mom, and that's it. You need to get rid of every single memories that you have together with your children and others. That's all I wanted you to do. Let go of your past. Let go of your feelings. Let go of things that making you to feel miserable. Not about him, about you. I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about him. Now, and every single minute that you are thinking about what he did to you, just distract yourself. If you're just listening to your heart again and feel about oh my God, my heart bleeding when I just feel and sense exactly what he said to me, what he did to me, what I did, you can't change anything. You can go back. That's why you need to moving forward just for yourself, not for him. And you do need to forgive him right now, but with time, you are going to heal and forgive. That's why my recommendation to you is you are focusing on yourself first. You are thinking about yourself first. You're well begin, Sarah. You need to change and challenge yourself to the new position of life. You are going to jump from the old circle to the new circle. Then close your eyes, jump, and says, now I am jumping because I want to have a better life. I want to feel healthier. I want to actually receive respect. I don't want to be just a giver because I'm getting tired to be just a giver. I need to do everything what goes from my power to tell everybody I am worth it enough to be a woman in somebody's life that could just tell me every single morning and say I love you for who you are and I respect you for who you are, not someone that trying to, with the narcissistic and crazy personality, make me to feel down. So indeed, I wanted you to do it for tonight, and I wanted you to stay away from all the confusion that you have tonight. My advice is get rid of all your past, everything and anything. It will, like one spoon that you just remind yourself about him. Anything that reminds you about him, I wanted you to get rid of it. Okay? So don't be attached by the house. Don't feel that you have to stay. Just let it go. It's time for you to heal. And you are not going to heal if you still stay with those memories. The beauty of memories of things is about your children. That they burn there, they just like grow then and all this stuff. Other than that, I wanted you to not remind yourself about anything. That's all I wanted you to do, Sarah. Do you think that you are able to do?
Yes, it took me 3 years, but I finally made the choice to have the agent come tomorrow to list the house for sale.
Awesome. I promise you, Sarah, when you selling the house, kind of like you just signing and just say goodbye to that. I promise you, the day that you are signing, the day that you are just taking all your stuff out, you are going to feel so much relief that you can't even imagine. That's why. Don't let any type of attachment, emotional attachment, stop you to succeed. Stop you to be the one that you always wanted to be. Don't let those attachments making us or making you to fall down and worried about future, because your future is shining together with your kids. Without him, not with him. You should be happy that you really get rid of this man from your life. I don't know how you could deal with the narcissist man. I don't even understand how you could even deal with it. But I have to say congratulations, because you did great. But it's time for you to move on, because your body and your brain needs rest, and find a better way to communicate with yourself and with Lord. And you know you have a purpose that you came to this life. That's why choose that purpose, and stop bugging yourself. Stop having crazy attachment to something that is not really worth it anymore. Life is changing every day. Every single minute and moment, you need to follow. Other than that, life will follow you. And that may not going to make you to feel good. You need to follow life, because when you follow life, you change your destiny by your own decision. But when you letting life follow you, the life will give you the most painful experience that you ever thought and imagined for. So follow life, that you at least have a choice to choose in between. You got it, baby?
Yep.
I'm proud of you because you stand for your children. I'm proud of you because even when you was depressed, you could do everything that goes from your power to bring happiness and love to your family. Even you felt that there is no way that you could even do it, but I'm very proud of you. You make it. You did that. Be proud of yourself, and congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
And number one is you. You and your children. Sarah as a woman, and Sarah as a mom. And Sarah as somebody that's going to be in some other person's life that indeed needs Sarah and understands Sarah the way that she wants, and value Sarah's energies, beauty, and smart, and everything and anything that belongs to Sarah. Not the one that not knowing exactly who you are. The man that you've been with, he doesn't know you at all. And I think God helped you to open your eyes and change him immediate, or better say, God or universe wanted you to just jump from the old circle to the new circle to be happiest. That's what I wanted you, Sarah, to continue your goal and your path without him, but together with your kids, and enjoy your life every single second and moment. Try to take your day, try to take your time day by day. Take yourself day by day. Don't think about what's going to happen to me and my children in about 10 years. What's going to happen to us about 5 years. Day by day. Day by day. That's all. So now I have 90 seconds, my love. So for private information, you guys can go to PersianMedium.com, A1R Network, and also AvidAdvice.com. Wish you guys the best. And remember, tomorrow is a new day. And every day, we became as a new person. You can do it. And I know Sarah can as well. Have a great one, and bye. Okay, hello everyone. This is me, Fiona, Virgin Media Miami Power, and you are guys listening to Avid Advice Show. As you guys see, I'm in the hospital. I'm not sick. I'm feeling absolutely good, but one of my family member is, and that's why I'm here for her. So, and we should do this show. So I said, like, I would not let my audience and followers and fans on Avid Advice will wait another week to not having me and not having the questions. As you guys know, I'm charging $35 per minute. So I know for many of you guys, $35 per minute is a lot of money. So that's why I would love to say I will be there for you guys no matter what, especially right now at the moment, even in the hospital, because I'm receiving a lot of emails. You guys DM me on my Instagram, beg me for my regular show on A1R Radio Network, Avid Show, and Persian Medium Show. So that's why I feel like it doesn't matter what's going on. It doesn't matter where I am today. I will just listen to my audience, listen to my followers, fans, and I'm here. So let's talk about health, and let's talk about how we can be grateful and thankful just as we can move our body, and just we can feel and sense that mentally and physically we are good and well. There is people that wake up every single morning and they just say, well, I'm not lucky. I don't like this and that. You know, I'm not count myself as a person who actually been successful. And you're always trying to find a way to say something, to act somewhere, to just like make yourself to not valued as a person. So if it's you, and if you are the person that always trying to say something negative and nasty about yourself, to yourself, and do the self-sabotage, I would say stop it right away. Number one, you're not going to feel good until you really understand about our value and what we have as a talent and what God gave us as a gift. Basically, when you are healthy, when you do not need to even go anywhere, to having a shot, to having a surgery, to doing all those things that actually need around it right now, then basically you are a lucky person. So you don't need to do anything and done anything, because I really feel and sense that everything happened for some reason. So basically, what I'm trying to say, I'm sorry, now the doctors and other people coming in the room as well, but you know, I'm in the radio show, so basically I'm going to be there for you guys. Sorry about that if I'm going to be interrupted by anyone, but you guys understand about my situation. So let's just go and back to you guys. I have Mikael from Sweden, Stockholm. Well, hello. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing very good. Thank you for having me here.
Of course, what more do? How is everything?
So what's up here?
Yes, exactly. So sorry. Actually, as you see, maybe actually you see my face right now. I'm actually in the hospital for some of my family members that have surgery. So basically, that's why I'm doing my show live. So that's why I'm actually in the middle of something, and sometimes the doctor come in and trap me. So I'm sorry about that. I will do my best to give you all the advice I can with my heart. Okay, number one, give me your date of birth, and number two, where are you living in Sweden? Are you in Stockholm, Gothenburg? Where are you?
I am in home, close to Gothenburg, actually. So very close to Gothenburg, or well, 1 hour from there.
Oh, wow,
I'm on the
fantastic.
west coast
Is it
as well.
cold? Is it cold there?
Well, it's still a little bit cold there, like 2+ or something.
Oh.
Outside, so
I know.
Very
well, I live in Sweden, honey, almost in 20 years, like all my life. I raised in Sweden, so I know exactly what's going on. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, but well, springtime's coming soon, so we'll hopefully get some warmer weather. That's nice.
Yeah, exactly.
I will be living here, but it's very beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. And did you been in California, or are you coming to California, to LA?
California, I have never been there actually in America, but it would be very nice to be there. I just talked to somebody who has a friend in California actually, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe one day.
I would definitely recommend you to come to LA, to California. And if you ever come to California and LA, my practice is actually in Corona del Mar. And I always actually having time for people who come from the country of mine, which is my country. Actually, I counted as a student in Stockholm because I raised there. So, and people who come from actually Stockholm, Sweden, Gothenburg, people who come from Australia, Canada, London, they kind of prioritize all the time to see me face to face. So basically, if I come here, so please DM me and send me email to persianmedium@gmail.com, and I would love to see and talk to you about things. So now, back to you. You definitely have something in your mind that you would love to see, some burning questions that you are looking for hot burning answers.
So perfect timing, actually. Like, seriously, like, I had this thing coming, like, I kind of actually just manifested a job, which is very... Because I talked about this job, this was the only job I wanted here in Sweden. So it's just a normal job as a delivery guy. I wanted to drive a car. And I got it today. And at the same time, in the Netherlands, I got the opportunity to work as a volunteering, like a raw food place, a restaurant, and just stay in Amsterdam for a while. And both of these options just came to me at the same time today. And I would like to know if I should stay or should I go.
It will be super fantastic because the way that I feel and the way that I sense right now at the moment, you are in a change and challenge position. So basically, universe trying to bring opportunities to your door. So every single opportunity is coming from other side. Let's say from other countries, let's say that's from other places or kind of like other companies, other friends, maybe a new resources, new circumstances or anything in regard to that. So please just try to say yes to it because whatsoever it could be as a change and challenge for you, that would be fantastic. So from now on, you are not in a place that you should be concerned and worried about your future if you may actually make some not good decision. So your decision whatsoever is going to be today has to do with change, has to do with challenge, change the countries, doing something that would be fantastic. So no fears allowed, no fears, no doubt, and no kind of the things, maybe I should wait, maybe I should not. You have to just listen to your own God's feelings right now because you have psychic abilities, you have energies that I can see. I'm not telling to everybody this. It's not because I want to tell you because I'm going to make you to feel happy and say, oh, you have some talent. No, you do. You know what I'm talking about. You have that ability because, and you are strongly in the vortex center of time. So basically, whatever you are asking right now is just coming. That's why I wanted you to ask non-stop, 24 hours and 7 days, non-stop, ask and receive. And it doesn't matter exactly what you're asking, with whom you are asking, how you are asking, what type of money you want, what type of amount of money you are asking. All you need to do, be unrealistic about what you are asking.
Yeah, like to actually talk about something that is little, like higher standard, because when I do, it usually happens. When I believe, of course, but
You're really, really fantastic. I'm super proud of you because when I'm actually right now tapping to your energy psychically, I see you accomplish a lot. So if any change comes to you, anything that comes to you right now, tomorrow, week from now, month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, and then actually hour from now, just say yes to it.
Yeah, but I have done that for a couple of years now. I was thinking I would take a little break from unknown.
Absolutely. And you deserve it. And you deserve the best. Why you deserve this? Because, you work so hard. You've been such a strong person. You help a lot of people. You have a heart named as a golden heart. You're not doing things just for yourself. You're doing all the time things for others because you want to bring love and prosperity and abundance to others. And you're always trying to be thankful and grateful to God.
Oh, I'm really good at that. So what's the can I have another question as well?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, that thing with why, with staying or going, I'm really good with, manifesting, good things for other people, but I'm kind of, focusing too much on other people, maybe, because it's, I never go with them on that journey usually. But I'm just leading them there in a good direction, and then eventually I'm just staying with myself anyway. But yeah.
Well,
like,
did you ever doubt about, let me ask you this way, did you ever doubt about your dreams, or kind of like, did you may actually manifest and connect it to your dreams, but then because the dreams didn't happen almost immediately, or maybe it's still not happening yet, so are you kind of like feeling that, I'm kind of doubting about that, maybe I should change my directions, maybe I'm not doing the right things? Is it something like that happened to you?
Well, at this very moment, yeah, like, I'm kind of let's say that I've been on a spiritual journey for a while, and I'm kind of getting back to my own place, and just getting back to just having a normal life, doing nothing really, and see where that goes, and relaxing a little bit from this adventure side, I guess.
So do this right now for me, and I wanted you to really take it seriously. I wanted you to write it down every single night. I wanted you to have 1 glass of water. You're not drinking it. You're just having it next to you, and you have one paper, like a A4 paper, one side of like a paper that you can write down whatsoever you have in your dreams and desires. You write it down almost in between 5 to 10 of almost impossible dreams that you ever had. Okay. And I wanted you to be unrealistic. And this is things that you have to do it in 21 days. 21 days. So if you just 21 days, if you just forget about one night, let's say that you've been tired, you forgot to do the same things as I told you, then you have to do it again. You have to do it again. So basically 21 days before the deadline, you are just write it down exactly what you want. Means all unrealistic dreams and desires that's still not happening, I wanted you to focus on it. It is not anything like doubting. You should not doubt. You should not even feel it. And I wanted you to even feel that you have already $10 million in your account, and you are going to plan in 21 days. I wanted you to plan on this $10 million, or better say, whatever it is, $20 million, whatever is unrealistic in your mind, I wanted to now plan for it. Okay, let's say that you have $10 million. You want to buy the house for $2 million, example. You want to invest your money on a stock. You want to actually buy Ferrari. You want to actually have this and that. You want to travel to Hawaii. Whatever you have and you want to do with this $10 million, I wanted you to write it down. Means that you have it and you're starting to plan. So only in 21 days, you are planning for these $10 million, not 10 million crowns, or the Swedish actually, money is $10 million. So if you have $10 million, what are you going to do? You have it right now in your account. What are you going to do tomorrow? What are you going to do next week? What will happen in between now until actually 21 days when it comes to that 20, or better say $10 million? So then when you are writing down every night, you just closing your eyes and just say, I'm thankful, I'm grateful, and thank you so much for everything that you gave it to me, and I need more. I want more. You have to be greedy. When it comes to money and finance, you have to always be greedy. There is no down to earth. There's no humble feelings about money. When it comes to money, you have to say, I love money. I'm actually going after money, come after me all the time, and I'm greedy. I want more and more and more and more. So, number 2, when you wake up every morning, you drink that water that you already have. So the paper that you already wrote all your dreams, it has to be on top of that glass of water, on top. Put something on top of it because it's not going to fall somewhere then. Then you wake up every single moment when you wake up. The only things that you do, you drink this glass of water in 21 days. Then I wanted you to actually call me or communicate with me. Maybe you can come and communicate with me through a webinar, but I wanted you to go to avidadvice.com, sign up, and then send me an email through Avid Advice, chat with me through Avid Advice, and tell me what type of miracle you received after all those things that I told you. every single of my clients, fans, followers, and students, they come back one after each other and told me that something very good, very significant as a big miracle happened to their life.
Hmm.
Do you
Well, something when you're saying the last things, at least.
Yeah. You're going to be one of them, I promise you. You're going to be one of them that can actually, notify me and says, well, Fiona, yes, my life completely changed and exactly almost close that 21 days before the 21 days passed. I got exactly what I wanted. I'm now in the most amazing road in my life that I ever been. I promise you are going to do that. I can even feel a sense of psychically. You're so ready. You're really, really ready. You're so ready. I mean, I don't know what else I have to say, but you are
well,
so
it would help to be in California probably if I to get $10 million.
Definitely. And remember that. Even if it's not the money come, the place coming that's going to take you to get that money. So that means that all the resources around you will change. Circumstances will change. Positive people with money come around you. You're going to really watch and see, really, and have your popcorn and trying to really lay back and relax and see. You will see after 21 days how everything in between you, universe, in between you, new circumstances, in between you and your new friends who are actually going to take you to the next level, in between you and new companies, people around will change.
Okay.
I promise.
I will definitely
this is going to happen non-stop. I promise you. Yeah. This is something that I promise. If you started, you just going to say, I just want to continue to just like have this. Let me ask you questions. Do you have children? Do you have family already?
Not really anything that keeps me down like that. Or settled here. I like. So, yeah. So that's a good thing, I guess, still. My problem is, though, that I have had, like, this happening, like, my problem is that I'm kind of missing out, like, in the last end kind of thing. One time definitely 2 times I manifested some very easy money that was just in my hands, but I kind of lost the opportunity. Really? By not reading an email.
Go for unrealistic manifestation. If you really want to get something, that is exactly what I always say to my students. You want to be millionaire, go around billionaire. So you want to be really wealthy and actually get something that don't manifest for $100,000 or $200,000. Manifest for at least $4, $5, $6 million. That's what you have to do.
Okay.
You have to just change the way that you are manifesting. You have to you have to really change the way that you are thinking, the way that you are feeling, and you never should ask. When? How? It's not possible. I don't think so. Well, what are you talking about? Like how 21 days? Yeah. No doubt allows in manifestation. No doubt allows when you ask the universe that you want something. And your focus has to be on something that you have already and you feel good about it, not something that you do not feel good about it. If you ever focus on something that you do not feel good about it, then you're not going to get what you want. Please stay away. Hijack your subconscious mind. Tell your subconscious mind, you're not allowed to be negative. You're not allowed to then think of any negativities, any negative people, and any crazy people around. That's all I wanted you to do from now on. And I'm so sure psychically I can tell you have a big jump almost around the month of April. So basically around the April 23rd to the April 29th, I see actually a very good news and very good jump for you, which actually going to change and challenge your life in a very strong way, very positive way. So just, stay calm and really feel and sense the energies, the breathing of money or the finance or whatever you're asking. You're asking for to be famous, to actually have in hand, to anything that you want, any type. That doesn't matter. And get more happiness because you know that money can buy happiness. Happiness is happiness. Come to you. Money can just buy comfort. But happiness is something that you have inside. And no one can take it away from you, with or without money. That's why if you bring more happiness to your life, I promise you, everything will manifest in the right directions. But the most important part, my love, you should not doubting about if it's coming or if it's not coming. Answer is yes, more than 100%, it will come.
Yeah. using the choices. Like sometimes when the universe like provides everything at once, every time the universe provides everything all at once, so that I have to choose, and it's so hard to choose when there is options. I'm
Exactly.
afraid
But
of
you know,
making the wrong choice. And then, well, I make the wrong.
So we have just 90 seconds. I wish if I could just talk longer, but for more information about the Persian Medium, go to PersianMedium.com, avidadvice.com, sign up, get your 5 free minutes, talk to me or any advisor that you want, and please call me back on Avid Advice and tell me exactly what's going on. Thank you so much for all love, help, DM, and emails and anything. I don't know. I'm actually really speechless. I'm thankful and grateful for every each of them. And thank you so much, A1R, to be you. And without you guys, I wouldn't even help tons of people around the world. Thank you. God bless you guys. I love you so much. And have a great one. And bye.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello, welcome to the show. You're on Soul Star Radio with Jacqueline. I'm joined in CDG in Melbourne, in Prahran, with my lovely friend here, Carla Danielle Girolamo. Now, you have in your hands a wonderful trophy you brought back from...
I do, most definitely.
You're the world champion.
I am.
We are the champions. Well, you are.
I have just recently competed in a bodybuilding competition in the Bahamas, where I was able to place #1 and was able to get a pro card. So I am now a pro athlete for the WBFF Federation. Gosh, it took me 12 times to get there.
It's worth it, isn't it?
But it's worth it, and we finally got there, which is great. So
we had to get you to kind of calm down the farm and have a bit of sleep.
I think we did. I think we had to do a lot more than that. So, but we made it in the end. So yeah.
You did, and it's a hell of an effort. It's 12 times, and tell me how your bodybuilding journey sort of started. Where did it begin?
Absolutely.
I'm going to see the trophy up here.
There we go. Good old WBFF. My gosh, my bodybuilding career started, I would say, 4 to 5 years ago, where I wanted to start my personal training certificate, and I wanted to specialize in something. So I more towards females. So I wanted to take that to the next level and thought to myself, well, I need to do something different than what everybody else is doing. And you don't find a lot of females back, 4 or 5 years ago doing a lot of bodybuilding. So I did my first show. I placed 5th, and I thought, wow, I really enjoyed this. And then I went through and did another 12 shows. So every time I competed, I placed higher and higher and higher, which in turn, as of this year, allowed me to place #1. Which was amazing. Yeah, it was a really good accomplishment. And now I'm doing my first pro show in April next year.
I love the idea of that.
So yeah, I'm so excited.
I
am going back to Los Angeles for that. So that's in April, first week in April.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
So when you're sort of in your gym, I noticed that you work with a lot of women.
Yes, I do.
I really like that.
Yes.
So what do you find particular to women's fitness that is a bit different to just generalised fitness? Do you find that you're working more on the empowerment side as well?
100%. I think when it comes to females, you've sort of got to look at the reason why they come to you. Yeah. And there's always a reason and there's always a purpose. And sometimes sometimes it's not necessarily just to work out. Obviously, they are here to do that, but we work on a lot of mindset things like that too. So that's where, you know, women are very emotional.
Yep.
Can be very, very emotional. Relationships with food, with people, with boyfriends, with husbands, with ex-husbands, with ex-boyfriends. So at the end of the day, we deal with it all. And, you know, also working with females, you know, from a hormonal level, and that all comes into play, most definitely. So, you know, that's what makes it so different working, obviously, with males. When you look at somebody like myself, I'm probably more targeted to females rather than the male population. So, and I guess, you know, females are very, a lot of them are not self-motivated. Right, so that's a problem when it comes to, you know, looking good, and, you know, they don't have that drive of self-motivation. So when they come to see me, because I am a very self-motivated person, that's what drives them.
It's kind of osmosis, isn't it?
100%.
I remember, like, my mother, when I was very young, I was about 10, my mother couldn't afford a babysitter when she was working. And so my babysitter was the boxing swimming pool. But back in the day, we had Olympic champions actually practicing there. And she used to say, now, what you do is, because I can't afford swimming lessons, but I can afford a membership, you can sit in the cafe and watch, pick one out of the pool who's not stopping at the end of each one, they just keep going. And then I want you to watch the actual hand movements and how that hand's actually travelling through the water. And then what I want you to do is then get in the pool, copy exactly what they're doing. I actually got that quick that I could keep up with most of them. They were probably not, they weren't racing. I was racing. So obviously, you know, there was disparity there, but for them it was just a casual cruise down the road in the pool. And we do have some men practicing in the background as well. So you also have some guys coming in.
I do. So part of my studio, I have 2 female trainers that work for myself, Raquel and Maria, and then I have another 4 trainers here. So I've got 1, 2, 3 males. So they basically run their own business, which, you know, there are females that do come in here, and I've got another rental trainer. So everybody, I guess, has their sort of own specific clientele in the niche. But predominantly we are women. And I do with that's what we do with. And I mean, when you come in here, we've got the bright pink lights, and so it's very, you know, very female.
Absolutely. So with women's fitness and that motivation, the emotions, and the hormonal stuff particularly. So food can affect hormones, and hormones can affect food.
Absolutely, it can. I guess you've got to look. You know, when I do work with a lot of females, you know, you will tend to find them undereating. A lot of them tend to undereat. So, you know, and they don't know, and one of the biggest problems is that we are not educated on the type of food that, you know, that we should be eating, the right amount of food that we should be eating, the right, you know, the good source of carbohydrates, fats in the body. So that's where people tend to get stuck. So that's where I sort of come into play, and I look at when I do get a female client in or a brand new client in, I basically base their food on their body fat percentage. So it's a little bit from a scientific approach. So I base their foods of their carbohydrates, their fats, proteins around their body fat measurements. So so most definitely 100% it does all come into play like that.
With some people, they'll work out at the gym, but they don't have a targeted program for the trainer. They're doing it maybe a standardized program for 6 weeks, and they're not actually getting that week-to-week feedback from you give. And often they'll get so far, injure themselves.
Very common.
And they fall off the wagon and they go and eat an ice cream.
100%.
What sort of stuff helps reduce the injury? Let's not talk about hypermobile people for a minute, because we'll do that in a minute. But with non-hypermobile people who are injuring themselves, is that also down to food as well, like lack of recovery, or is it how they're holding stuff?
It's how they're holding themselves, it's always when you get like a lot of females go into the gym and they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Right. So the first thing they'll do is they'll go to a cardio machine.
Yeah.
Right. And they'll think, oh, this is easy. It's the only thing I know how to actually use. So my idea is to educate them.
Yeah.
Right. Education is so important, and the way you actually train in the gym is going to affect the way you look.
Yeah.
So, what you want to work on is the first 4 weeks of going into a gym is working on your structure and getting you stronger in certain positions, finding where your weakest points are and working on the weakest points, therefore in turn will make you stronger. My best advice to females is get yourself first. And follow a program that is right for you and that is not generalized, because what's right for me and what's right for Jack is completely two different things.
So like, for example, some people will do well on a lot of carbs, whereas if I have a lot of carbs, I just blow up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so
that's right.
with me, it's like polycystic ovary syndrome.
Yeah.
So we've got a whole other fun and game there.
That's exactly
so
right.
How do you deal with, like, the ladies who don't know the effect of polycystic ovary syndrome, and the research is only very new, that's finally dropped, and I've known felt for ages, but finally when the research is like, yes. But what's your sort of take on polycystic ovary syndrome and losing weight and training?
Absolutely. I think weight training, number one, high priority. And it's not necessarily, I mean, a lot of people with polycystic ovaries tend to be on birth control, which I am not a huge fan of. I believe things like that can be corrected through food, sleep, diet, nutrition, lifestyle. Someone with polycystic ovaries, we want to keep a good source of fat intake in their diet, but not saying that we need to reduce carbohydrates, because obviously they do say polycystic ovaries and overload of carbs can gain excessive weight, but what we want to do is we want to minimize that by bringing in lower GI carbohydrates.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's where it's not saying that carb sources are bad for you, it's just you need to choose the right sources, and that's where education comes into play.
Do you find that intuitively sensitive women train a bit differently to...
Absolutely, 100%. 100%. Pure example, somebody like me is really and I will go into the gym and I will tear that gym apart like there's no tomorrow. Whereas you might have someone that's quite sensitive and they are actually afraid to get underneath the bar, or you won't find their way of training could be as aggressive, I guess you could say. So yeah, absolutely, most definitely. Very emotional, will be very cautious of the weight. We'll just push enough to get that little bit of, a fatigue, whereas you find someone like myself, we push till they can't push no more. Yeah, absolutely.
So now we were talking about getting into the hypermobile stuff.
Yes.
So I'm a wonderful hypermobile person. I should not be allowed to do bicep curls alone.
Yes.
They've actually done bursitis on my shoulder a number of times and had to have like weeks off training just actually from holding it the wrong way. So we might actually do some work with the weight. We can step back. We can step back. How to hold.
Definitely.
I'm just going to take this off because then you can see my shoulders.
Most definitely.
Because my shoulders are dangerous. All right. So let's.
So you will find somebody that's super hypermobile like that.
Because I can do.
Won't be very strong. So we could twist her in 1,000,001 ways.
Like that.
Right. Exactly. So the best, exactly, right? So the best thing with somebody that is hypermobile is they will never have the ability to be super strong, right? So what we want to do is, when it comes to things like doing a bicep curl, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we are actually controlling our weight and coming down with a slow tempo instead of you just completely dropping. Yes, that's right. So we want to start from the top position, and we want to take a three. We want to keep our elbows close by into our hips. From there, we want to ensure that our wrists are nice and tight, so they're quite secure. And what we want to do is we want to come down on a 3-second count. So what I want you to think about, Jack, is I want you to think about using this muscle from here, and I want you to come down for 3 seconds. 3, 2, keep coming all the way down, pausing at the bottom, and now driving up through the top bit. Yeah, and 1, and then coming down, 3, coming all the way down, hitting the elbow close by the body, and then pulling up. 2. That's it. 3. All the way down, 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 and driving up to the top of the shoulder. 4. That's it.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to do. You want to basically, when it comes to things like that, is working on form and beat tempo. Because that's what's going to control and give you full range of movement.
Yeah. And so with things like toning versus building muscle,
yes.
What's the difference there and how you need to address that?
I guess, you know, there's so many different ways and things that people, you know, tend to do, programming and food, and I think all of that comes into play. You know, building a lot of muscle, you are going, I guess you could say, through a strength phase, where your reps might sit a little bit lower, so your programming will obviously be different, whereas when you come into obviously toning the body, things are shorter rest breaks, higher reps, you know, 10 to 12 reps, 12 to 15. So rep ranges in exercising will be different. Food may be a little bit different. You're going to get stronger, you have to eat more, obviously. So that's where strength comes into play. And then obviously to tone, we're all females all day. Basically, we always want to be toned, right? So, you know, like I said, higher rep ranges, introducing a little bit of cardio as well. But you will find a female will never be able to build the same amount of muscle as a male. So we don't have that capacity to get in.
Although we can be damn strong.
We can. I think we could be a lot stronger than males. Yeah, definitely. In a lot of ways.
We can get hurt.
Yes.
And they get innate.
Exactly. That's right.
So when you're lifting, how much can you lift?
Oh God! Wow. Last time I checked a sumo deadlift, it was 145 kilos. So that's just, yes, almost 3 times my body weight. Yeah. So yeah, it took me a long time to get there. Yeah, it took me a long time to get there, but I got there.
So with your hypermobile person, they might not be able to be as strong.
No, absolutely not.
What would you say are their gifts, or what can they do that maybe other people can't do?
They don't have any tightness. I would be a lot more. My muscles would be a lot tighter, and I'd have a lot more restriction in movement than obviously yourself. So that's you know, you don't need to be isolated or doing so many stretches because you could already stretch.
Stand and stretch.
Yeah, exactly.
Here goes Jupiter, here goes Mars. It's kind of like that. I actually got told by an ex-cop, he sort of saw me do this stuff, and he goes, "Holy crap, you're one of those people." I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "You're the type of people we can't actually restrain." And I went, "Oh, so that'd be good for martial arts then?" He goes, "Yeah." I'm like, might take that up.
There you go, there's a positive for you. Yeah.
Do you find like meditation helps at all with the mindset for your clients, and do you use it yourself?
Absolutely, 100%. I think, you know, having a goal and having a focus is you know, so important because we can tend to obviously get lost. So, you know, most definitely meditation. You know, sometimes I recommend to my clients, because this is so intense, doing something like yoga, meditating before bed, unwinding, putting your phone away, you know, not doing anything that's going to stress the body out or put you in an adrenaline before bed. So that's why I recommend to my clients, don't train at 9 o'clock at night.
No.
You know? Like, you want to work on unwinding, switching off, you know, your central nervous system and going into a deeper sleep, because sleeping is your number one factor for weight loss.
And for that fitness as well.
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely.
So when people, like women coming out of very stressful domestic violence situations, for example, that central nervous system can be going pretty haywire.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Do you find that with the exercise that's helping bring it back in line?
Yeah, it does.
How do we measure that?
Absolutely. You've got to look at things like that more, I guess, from a hormonal perspective too. You know, when it comes to things like the and you know, with females, I think something like that is a good release for them, a good fixation and a good focus to focus on something else. You know, it releases endorphins. So you've got to look at so when obviously we exercise, we increase dopamine, which is a happy hormone, you know, and when we go to bed, we want to release serotonin, so we go into a deeper sleep and to relax that. So exercise is going to release all those types of endorphins, and at the same time, it can make you emotional too. You know, it can definitely make you emotional. I've had girls cry halfway through workout, you know, so it can bring on obviously different emotions, but in turn, as they get stronger and as they get better, they learn to deal with those emotions a lot better. Yeah, definitely.
Now, I think that's why for women going through something like that, having a female as a trainer who's been there and
absolutely
just makes all the difference, because you know you've been there and they feel in you that there's that sort of genuine feeling of, oh yeah, you get me. Makes all the difference, doesn't it? So with that, you sort of find you know that's helping rebuild them. Do you find that with particularly, you know, like the sleep and all that sort of thing that's tying in, and with women saying, oh, but I don't have time for a workout,
of course.
I don't have the energy for a workout, but it's like, well, hang on, if you make the time for yourself, because this is for you, it's not a punishment, it's about what your body can do, finding out what your body can do.
That's right.
You know, that they then start going from, I don't have time to, oh no, I've got to do this. You know, you find that kind of story happening?
Absolutely. I think that's your number one excuse. Is I don't have time, or you know, I don't have time to eat, I don't have time to do this. That's going to be everybody, regardless. In my opinion, your time and how can I say, the way you structure your day and the way you structure your life says a lot. So if you don't have time for exercise and yourself, then you don't have time for a lot of other things.
And you're sacrificing your identity.
Absolutely. So it's like, you know, if you need to get up half an hour earlier to go to the gym, you're going to feel better throughout your day.
Be more productive.
You're going to be more productive. You're going to have a lot more energy than getting an extra. You want to go to bed, you want to sleep in bed for an extra, you know, 2 or 3 hours. Where it's like, you can do that at night time.
Yeah.
You know, you can unwind at night.
I think the thing is with that, it's like, I don't have time to go to the gym, they'll say, and then you watch them watch TV for 3 hours.
Exactly.
And you're like,
that's right.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Yeah, you've got time to watch TV. It's like if you're at work and you're at your desk, if you do get half an hour, go outside for a walk. Like, even if you have to walk around the office, you know, daily activity plays a huge part in weight loss. And, you know, they do say anything below 8,000 steps a day, you know, and your daily need activity level will not give you any form of fat loss at all. So what you do during the day and being productive plays a massive part, you know. You know, we find, you know, a lot of society today, a lot more people overweight.
Soda drinks, the couch and TV.
Exactly.
And I think the thing is, like you know, our show's geared to very spiritual people.
Of course, absolutely.
And as a psychic, I find myself that since I've started working with the fitness and knowing what foods actually help me and what to do with the hormones, it's actually made me a better reader. It's actually made me more able to cope with a variety of crazy crap that's happened. And it's also and it's also helped me to kind of get along further and be able to actually make choices in my life that are about me now. So when you're sort of sitting there going, I can't do this, I've been through that cycle numerous times. I'm probably the biggest show poster of that. I mean, you first met me.
Absolutely.
And you saw and you're like, is that you, Jacqueline? Wow.
Absolutely. 100%.
That girl, though.
Absolutely.
So it's like, do you find that the story, like I found and a lot of other people found, that when women start looking after themselves, they start thinking for themselves, they start doing things for themselves, because it's about the happiness. The weight is a thing, but it's about the happiness in the sense of looking after self. But do you find reactions from their family, their loved ones, their
100%. Absolutely. You know, I have so many females come to me and they're like, "You've changed my life." It's like, in the smallest way, by getting you moving, you know, by educating you, by teaching you how to move, by being more confident. It's all about confidence, you know. And I say to people, how you do with yourself or how you handle yourself in the gym is how you handle yourself outside the gym.
Yeah, and in life.
And in life, you know. So absolutely, you know, getting that small bit of, you could say, losing weight, 1 or 2 kilos, that's everybody the ability to be like, oh, okay, if I've done 1 to 2 kilos, imagine what I could do in 3 weeks' time. And so you have to set with yourself and realistic and smaller goals, because realistic and smaller goals are going to get you to your big goal in there.
Yeah.
And people set goals that are way too far-fetched. They want to be where they are like tomorrow in 12 weeks' time. So it just doesn't work like that, and that's with anything. So yeah.
I remember sitting there going, well, I'd like to lose at least a third of this weight. However, I'm going to start with a 10 kilo goal.
Yeah.
And then I got to 10 kilos in 2 weeks and went, better get a hurry and get a dietitian. This is a bit dangerous.
That was a good one. I would have suggested that as well.
Boom.
Yeah.
Because I suddenly had the key to Enoch, if you know what I mean. And it's like, here we go. Oh, hang on, no, that's a bit scary. So yeah, it is. It's just about getting the right balance.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes,
so
you need to.
Sometimes when people lose weight and you're looking after yourself, not everyone around you is going to celebrate that.
Absolutely not.
And the thing is that as you become stronger physically, you become stronger mentally and emotionally to be able to go, all right, well, do I need you in my life?
That's right, exactly, absolutely. You know, and that's very common, very common. You know, generally, you know, I see that a lot, and, you know, I do see that a lot when I do the competition preparation. You know, a lot of people are like, wow, like, you look amazing, you know, and that is for obviously competition preparation in a short amount of time, but definitely, but the stronger you know, the more changes you get in the body, the more you are able to handle different types of compliments that come towards you. And, you know, instead of that's right. And, you know, instead of, you know, someone complimenting you in, you know, you're able to just turn away and say, oh, thank you for that, you know, like, and just smile and walk away.
I thought, thank you for sharing.
Thank you for sharing, that's right. I thank you for telling me. Absolutely.
I use coded language with that one. We sort of got there, I think, and it's kind of hilarious when we had that discussion. But it's really, I think, a fantastic achievement. So you're going off to Los Angeles in April.
I am, which I'm looking forward to.
Now, you've got sessions here for people, and you're training people.
Absolutely, I am.
So people are looking at finding a trainer.
Yes, I've got myself and 2 lovely girls. Yeah. Most definitely, we will look after you. We do run sessions with females in groups of 4 as well. So we do group sessions, one-on-one, training with a girlfriend. So yeah, we're very accommodating, we're very open, we're very approachable, we're open to all different people.
Yeah, and it creates a safe place.
Absolutely, definitely.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to that. So if people if you've got a website?
I do. I have a website. It's www.cdgfit.com.au.
Yes, so you'll be able to find you there.
Absolutely.
And you'll be able to find her at the World Bodybuilding Championships as well.
Yes.
And pro now. So how many of your people have you had, become champions?
I know. As you can see, I've got a whole board, and that's not even half of them. So these are some of the girls that I've trained for competitions. So I've got 1, 2, I think I've put about 35 to 40 girls on stage.
There you go.
Yeah, and I have had, I'm going to say 95% place in the top 5.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
We'll catch you next time on Soul Star Radio. In the meantime, we're going to love your media. There's more shows on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV the rest of this evening in America and this afternoon in Australia. We'll catch you later. Bye.
Bye.